Chair, it's 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon, everyone. We've got music. Okay. What a wonderful way to start. Thank you all for being here. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. If you can and you are able, please rise. We will start out with our invocation, which will be by Chaplain Gary Bain, who is the chaplain for the Military Order of the Purple Heart, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And that we are honored to have Captain Leslie Sedan from the U.S. Army, and she lives in Hernando, Florida. Thank you.
You have blessed us with your richness. And now, God, we pray for the leadership of this county, that you give them guidance and direction in all matters that are performed before them. We thank you for each and every person here with an interest. And God, we thank you for watching over this county and guiding the county in the direction that you would have it to go, God, that it might glorify you, but also be beneficial to the people and the citizens of this county. Now we give you glory, honor, and praise, and we thank you again. In Jesus' name we ask it. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Madam Clerk.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 28th day of July, 2026. In attendance are Chair Diana Finnegan, First Vice Chair Janet Barrett, Second Vice Chair Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Rebecca Bays, Commissioner Holly Davis, Assistant County Administrator Marisol Singleton, and County Administrator Denise A. Diamond-Lynn.
Thank you. Approval of the agenda. Ms. Singleton, I almost said Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Board. We do have a couple of updates to the agenda. Item C7, we're going to pull that agenda item and bring back at a later meeting. Item C10, we have a correction to Ricky Rawls hanger lease. The amount should be $519 per square foot instead of $467 per square foot. Item E2, we added an opinion letter. Item H3, we added an opposition letter. Item H7, we added an opposition letter. And item N1, we added a public comment to that agenda item. That's all we have.
Thank you. Board, anything further?
Motion to approve the agenda with the changes and deletions.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. B1.
Motion to approve B1.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We're happy to welcome our Purple Heart recipients for Purple Heart Day.
Whereas Purple Heart Day, originally known as the Military Badge of Merit, was established by the General Orders of General George Washington 242 years ago on August 7, 1782, and is the oldest military decoration in the world in present use. And whereas the War Department first adopted the Purple Heart as a combat award on February 22, 1932, exclusively for those members of the armed forces who were killed, died of wounds, or wounded by an enemy instrument of war. And whereas the National Purple Heart Hall of Fame estimates that 1.8 million members of the armed forces of the United States have been awarded the Purple Heart and merit the reverence of their fellow countrymen for their selfless sacrifices in defense of our republic and its cherished freedoms. Whereas the Governor of Florida enacted legislation passed by the Florida legislature in 2012 designated August 7th of each year as Purple Heart Day. Citrus County was designated as Purple Heart County in 2015 and is home to 19 designated Purple Heart entities that have pledged their support to preserving the proud legacy of the Purple Heart. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida recognizes the 244th anniversary of the Purple Heart and its proud legacy by proclaiming August 7th, 2026 as Purple Heart Day. Be it further resolved that the Board of County Commissioners invites the Citrus County residents to join the board in paying tribute to all Purple Heart recipients for their extraordinary sacrifice and bravery. In testimony whereof, the Board of County Commissioners, Citrus County, Florida, have hereunto subscribed their names and have caused the official seal of Citrus County be hereunto affixed on this 20th day of July, 2026, executed this 20th day of July, 2026.
On behalf of all the combat wounded veterans in the United States, all that have been, and unfortunately all that will come, we are humbled to be here receiving this honor in the best county of the best state of the best nation in the world. Thank you.
Looks like we'll move forward to the consent agenda.
Motion to approve consent agenda in full.
Motion by Commissioner Davis.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to pull item C4 for separate discussion.
And Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
if I can get clarification of that motion, except for C7, that was pulled, correct?
That was pulled in the beginning, yes.
And Madam Chair, I'd like to pull C14.
C14. Okay.
I will amend my motion to set aside C14 and C4 for separate discussion
And take out C7.
and take out C7.
Thank you.
I will second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And let's talk about C4.
C4 is a report from the Withlacoochee Regional Water Supply Authority, and it's a pretty milquetoast report, honestly. We get this report every 7 years, and in reading through the report, I've sat on this board now since 2016. I've made no secret that I'm not a fan of it, but I do sit there to try and keep an eye on what's going on. And this report, again, that we won't get for another 7 years, there really doesn't seem to be much of a plan there. What are we going to do about the aquifer? What are we going to do for our drinking water? What's the plan looking forward? And there really doesn't seem to be much of a plan, which is not very surprising. So anyway, acknowledging it, I think we can either do that or send it back to the Water Supply Authority and say, we want a plan. Because we do talk about what's the next step, but there are no concrete answers to what's the next step to provide for our region's drinking water supply for the next 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, that type of thing. So is it going to be detrimental to acknowledge receipt of this report today? No, but maybe sending it back to them and saying we'd like to see more of a plan might be kind of I guess a shot over the bow, if you will, to have them get to work on or demonstrate more clearly in the report what their plan is.
So I thought the plan was fairly simple. Are you saying more in like how many years to come? Because I think the plan basically says the cheapest way for us to have drinking water is conserve the water. We have enough right now, but if we keep putting straws in the aquifer, we keep, and it's not just us, it's the villages and all the other counties, desalinization or full reclaiming, but they're very, very expensive is just what I'm gathering from the report. So for, I guess, these 7 years, it's maintain what we have. Are you looking for, we understand that this is the cheapest way, but we want to know how many years till we have to start looking at other alternatives? Is that what you're wanting?
Well, since I've gotten there, I've voted on these different plans for water supply, but there's nothing concrete yet. And the consultants that the authority hires to develop these plans, they always include desal in there. And then when further questioned about it, they'll tell you desal is not an option because since the nuke plant was shut down, there's not enough water leaving the plant to be able to dilute that hyper saline water that's produced, or the high salinity water that's produced from a desal plant. The desal plants that are pumping this stuff way offshore now are finding that there's problems with the marine life surrounding where that's released. So I don't know why that keeps showing up in these reports. Then there was talk of building very large reservoirs along the Withlacoochee and other along the Rainbow River to pull excess water during storm seasons, hold that water. All right, but there's no financing plan for any of that. Who's going to pay for that? And so I think it's important to not just acknowledge and say, yep, we got another report for the next 7 years, but what's the next plan? These Swift Mud Zone hydrogeologists will tell you that the surface withdrawals have a minimal effect on the aquifer. So, the aquifer is going to raise and lower from rainfall based on the amount of rain. If we get rain, it fills up. If we don't have rain, it drops down. But that shelving it for 7 years and saying, oh, we'll talk about it 7 years from now, doesn't seem to be like much of a plan.
What would you like us to do today?
We can go ahead and acknowledge it. I know there's some folks in public, or at least one in the public that would like to speak on it. So I'll make a motion that we accept this, acknowledge acceptance. But maybe the board needs to, and I can bring it back on a future agenda item, say, what's the concrete plan? What's the financing plan?
We could bring this up at our next Withlacoochee Regional Water Supply meeting and talk about it more at the next meeting maybe.
Sure. Well, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve item C4.
Second.
Well, you're just acknowledging, right?
Yes.
Yep. Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Barrick. Do you need to say something now or after public? No. Okay.
Why is this report 2 years old? It's 2024.
Yeah.
I mean,
something we can address.
So, that's what stuck out to me. We're looking at something that's 2 years old, and it's, I don't think we're doing population increases. I don't think we're looking out even with what Metro Forecasting has told us, and then all the members of it, and looking at future water needs and public well supply.
Any public comment on this agenda item? We need you to.
I got it. I'm not a very high-tech guy, you know that. I'll skate Bob, Floral City. I beg to differ a little bit with Commissioner Kennard. I think you should make a stronger statement saying that we cannot accept this report. We expect it to be, we request it be revised and updated with the most current status and including future plans. It's very important. merely accepting it is kind of putting it off the table and not strong enough. It really is not strong enough. Commissioner Bays is correct. This is way overdue. This is only once every 7 years, and they're 2 years late. If you read it in detail, there's absolutely no substance in this report. Zero substance. So if anything, maybe this commission should be dissolved because it's totally non-functional. It's total non-information. If you want to read history, this is a history book. This report is a history book. That's all it is. And it's very, very unfortunate. Let me just give you a brief. There are no plans or projects within the next 7 years. Really? No plans or projects? We're going to do nothing? However, they go on to say that there is expanded use of existing facilities withdrawing more water. That in itself is a major change. So they're expecting the existing facilities to meet all the demands of the general population for the next 7 years and do nothing and plan nothing. Even in planning, sometimes it takes 3, 4, 5 years to get through the planning stage. So I strongly suggest that you revise this and be able to have a little bit stronger response in rejecting this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else to speak on this topic? Did you have your hand raised? You can come up.
I did have my hand, but I didn't fill in the green she got on this, but
You
I just
can.
want to say this for when he's talking about history. My name's
Can you state your name and where you're
Mitchell
from?
Aman, Citrus County, born and raised from Florida. So what I wanted to say is you should regard this county as Fort Knox with water. My river that I grew up on in Hillsborough County, Alafai River, they drained the spring, the head spring where it really starts, Lithia Springs. All of these resources we have here in Citrus, Hernando, Levy counties, I guarantee it's being looked at by people that would take it in a heartbeat if they could. So I think we should really do like this gentleman said, and like he's leaning to, she's leaning to, guard this, protect it, because it's invaluable. And once it's gone, they've built a superhighway right here to the heart of us. In the old days, nobody knew what Chesapeake was. Now there's a superhighway goes right to it. There's a McDonald's where Miss Maggie used to sell fishing bait under that oak tree. So guard it. Once it's gone, it's gone. That's my comment.
Thank you for your comments. She'll want you to fill out a green card. Anyone else speaking on this topic? If you haven't filled out a green sheet after you speak, fill one out. Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Alan Otis. I live on 5566 South Luray Terrace in the Highlands South. And I guess if we're going to address a water issue, I mean, with all the development that we have in Citrus County, and we're looking at restrictions and ways to gain more water access, does anyone on the council have any idea how much water we have available? What are our water levels? And if we're going to worry about restriction and concerns about development, do we know how much water we have? I mean, because the lakes are up and down because of the seasons, does that pertain to the aquifer? I mean, how much water, how many gallons of water do we have available to Citrus County? Can anybody answer that question? Thank you.
We may have staff that can answer that. SwiftMud actually keeps track of all of that. Anyone else from the public? Okay, with that, I'll close. Open to the, are you coming up? Come on. Remember to state your name and where you're from. There you go, pull that down.
My name is Rowena Kinchley, and I live in Inverness. On this subject, I went to an excellent presentation last night. I wish all of you could have been there. I don't know if it's available online, but if it is, you should look up. It's how to preserve old Florida. One of the things that was discussed at that meeting was the drain on our water supply and our aquifer. But the other was the quality of water. the amount of commercial spraying of pesticides on our lakes and our rivers to destroy they're herbicides, basically, but they're containing forever drugs, and they're in our water supply. And they're going to be increasingly in our water supply. And as our good water goes down, our bad water goes up, we're going to end up with no potable water. So I'd ask you to include that in your discussion and your research. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I will close the open to the public portion. Board, do you want to discuss anything?
Madam Chair?
I think Commissioner Barrett,
Go ahead.
Well, I said, I second this because I went to some of those meetings and I listened to what they had to say. They give you a lot of information at those meetings, and I can see why it's delayed when they print it out. But if you had more questions, you were going to the meetings a lot longer than I was. Why weren't you asking the questions that you're asking here at those meetings? Because if that's what concerns you the most, then, you need to be a little bit more boisterous at those meetings. I know I was learning a lot at those meetings, and when they say that they're gonna tell us what they're improving, unless we as a county need something improved, there are no improvements in what we have. So I think that we should just move on, approve it, and what's happened in the past is the past. We do now have record of what they've done, and if we as a county need to ask more questions, then our representatives to the committee need to start being more boisterous with the committee.
Commissioner Kennard?
Commissioner Barrick, I have probably been one of the most vocal people sitting on that board since 2016. I have brought forward an initiative to try and get the Charles A. Black well field back under county ownership where it belongs. Commissioner Carnahan and I worked very hard to try and make that happen. Unfortunately, we fell a vote or two short of making that happen. I've been very vocal about my position of that authority since I discovered what happened with the Charles A. Black, which I believe is a fiasco, and it was ultimately given to that. The ownership was given to that authority. As Bob said, or I would agree with Bob that it wouldn't hurt my feelings one bit if that authority dissolved, because in the development, the structure of that organization is that if it dissolves, then the Charles A. Black well field falls back to the county ownership, again, where it belongs. That authority owns one water supply facility. With 4 county members, they own one facility. That's ours. And either, I've said many times, either everybody's facilities go in there or nobody's facilities. And for those reasons, I would have to disagree with you that I've sat there and not said anything, because I've spoken up just most recently about their cost of living increase on the price of our water per gallon. When asked why why Citrus County was going to be charged more, because it was allowed in the contract. Well, that's not a reason to increase the cost of our water. The maintenance of that facility is borne by Citrus County. The parts for the maintenance of that facility are borne by Citrus County. The repair personnel that go out there and fix that facility are Citrus County employees. That authority has not appreciated any additional expense for that facility over the past year that they should raise the cost of our water. So I was vocal about that. I've been very vocal about that authority, both on that board and sitting right here. So I'll leave it at that, but I will tell you this. I'm going to rescind my motion. I agree with Bob and given Commissioner Bays' observation as well that there's obviously no sense of urgency to acknowledge receipt of it. I think we send it back to them and say, what's the plan? Not just pie in the sky stuff, because right now that's what it is. There is no financing plan. We don't have a commitment from SwiftMud or from DEP or from the legislature to build any, what the next level is. So I'd send it back to them and say, You know, come up with a hard and fast plan, or is this authority really necessary? Couldn't the utilities directors from the 4 counties actually do the same work?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
very briefly, I witnessed everything that Commissioner Kennard said. He has been a giant pain in their tuchus, so to speak, on that board, and with good reason. All of his arguments are incredibly valid, and I have heard him make those over and over and over, not just in this room.
I concur. Do you want to make a different motion? I think that would be appropriate.
Does she need to rescind her second?
I mean, there's no first. There's no motion. Would you like her to, Madam Attorney?
I don't think he can rescind his first until she rescinds her second. Sorry.
Commissioner Barrick, that doesn't make sense to either one of us.
Well, this is just to acknowledge the receipt, and this is of the report that has already been published. I know I went to the meetings for at least a year and a half, and I heard you ask questions. I've been to these meetings where I've heard you ask questions. Maybe you're not asking and getting people to agree with you, and that's the problem. It's not that there's anything wrong with this report. The report just acknowledges this is the report. And I think we should just accept the report and keep trying to get other things done at the meetings. In other words, at the meetings you attend and at the meetings that Commissioner Davis attends, both of you need to be very vocal and try and get others on board with you to do more, to get a plan. Okay? At this point, this is just acknowledging the receipt. And I feel we should acknowledge the receipt and then go after other items.
Madam Chair, may I?
So,
Please.
So Commissioner Barrick, if you don't rescind your second, then you're going to make them vote, and they're going to vote to deny it. And then have a second
then I'll
motion.
rescind it for right now.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. I'll rescind my first.
I make a motion that we accept C4.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick. Dies for lack of a second. I suppose if we don't want to make another motion, we can just bring this up at the next meeting, or you can reach out and go ahead and put something on that board's agenda. Obviously, I'll back you up on that. I can only talk to you here about it. I can't talk to you after this meeting before the next Water Authority meeting.
I think obviously there's no urgency to do anything with it yet. I think we just let this die here for now. Let me do some work on this, and I will get something on an upcoming agenda regarding this.
Gosh, I hate to throw this out here in front of like the world. I like to do a little research myself, but because I can only talk to you here, when you were speaking, and I've heard you at both boards talk about this, my thought was to get with Ken Cheek to talk more about it. You've sat on that board a lot longer, obviously, than I have. And my thought was to meet with them. And if that authority really isn't serving Citrus County, do we take this to Missoula and grow and file some legislation to do something different? And I don't expect an answer because I don't have one either.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's feasible. I don't know if that's right, but I don't want to overstep you.
Right.
Like, I can only talk to you here. So if you weren't doing that, I would maybe go have those conversations, but I don't want to overstep what you're trying to do either.
I would love to see the legislature do something about this authority. And there, I believe that there is some growing support on that board to allow Citrus County to take back or to take ownership of our water supply facility. I don't know if there's enough support there or not. Back when Randy Oliver was the county administrator, he actually ran through the calculations of we started making the repayment to the Water Authority on that, on that facility. And then back in, I believe it was 2015 or 16, my predecessor and the board that he sat up here with changed the contract so that not only were we not repaying on that facility, but now we were just gonna pay in perpetuity for every gallon of water that came out of that facility that we partially paid for. And so, what Randy did was took the remaining balance at that time, back in 2016, calculated the interest that the authority had lost over that, or they perceived that they lost over that period of time. I don't remember the exact figure. It was 1.2 million, 1.3 million, something like that. The board authorized me to go back to the water authority with that number to take it. And then that's when the district got involved and said, well, wait a minute. If you're considering selling it, I'll spare you all the details, but ultimately, there were apparently some conversations that took place. All of the appropriate members showed up at the next meeting to vote no, to tell us that. Members that had not shown up there for months, and they had everybody, all the ducks in a row there to vote against us. So, but even at that, I think we're only 1 or 2 votes short. So anyway, I will sit down, I'll talk with Ken Cheek, and I'll visit with Representative Grow and Senator Masulo as well.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
This is just to acknowledge the receipt of the report dated September of '24. This isn't going to change that report.
Sure.
And that's why I said we need to just accept it. And if Commissioner Kennard has wonderful things he wants done, and I'm not saying they're not wonderful or good or need to be done, what I'm saying is maybe you need to try and go a little further, but we just need to accept the report because it's already been written and it's from 2024.
Why?
Because he's not going to change that report. This just tells us what was done.
What happens if we don't accept it? You don't have board support. I mean, I think the board's just saying, no, we know it's a report, it's not going to change, but we want to do more. So I think that's the direction that we're taking.
Okay.
Okay. C7 was pulled, and C14, was that you, Commissioner Banks?
It was. So this was on the stormwater MSBU for the year. And my question is, does this fund the stormwater program, or is there any general fund subsidy to it? And what is the current stormwater maintenance and capital project backlog? And how much is budgeted for actual drainage work versus administration?
I don't think we can answer that right away, but we can get you that information.
And you're not anticipating any change in
The rate is staying
per
the
net?
same.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the agenda item is just to set the public hearing, not that we're voting on anything. So maybe we could just vote to do this, and then at that public hearing or before, they could bring back the information? Is that good?
We can do that.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to approve this.
Second.
I guess I did.
I thought you were
Okay,
asking for a motion.
I was. Motion by Finnegan and second by one of these lovely ladies, Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? You coming up?
How do I give these documents to the attorney?
Name and where you're from.
Renee Bedford, Flow City.
You have documents you could give to the clerk. You want us to see them?
They're definitely for your attorney.
For the county attorney?
Yes, it is.
It'll have to go through the clerk's office.
Very good. I addressed this last meeting, but let's do it again. I request that this Board of County Commissioners table the budget approval and continue this hearing at a future date. I am submitting official evidence to the records today that indicate the misuse of public funds, which must be investigated before additional tax dollars are allocated. I object to the approvals by the board at today's meeting based on county financial records that I have legally obtained, which I am submitting to the clerk today. I am a resident and a taxpayer of Citrus County. I stand before you today to formally request that the board freeze the budget vote until we, the people, are more clear on current county expenditures and why past revenue has been put in a savings account labeled cash carry forward. County is allocating mismanaged funds to projects the people have no benefit from. Departments exceeding their authorized budget, transfers of funds with no oversight or explanation, demanding more tax dollars.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, can
I
you
don't
stop
know-
her time?
Oh, yep, sorry about that. I don't know that the comments being made are germane to setting the public hearing for the stormwater MSBU as much as they'd be more appropriate for a general open to the public.
He is correct. She's halfway through. I would just probably bear
This
that
is
in
for
mind.
all.
And
Might as well just get it out of the way.
because she's, yeah, I think she's talking about stormwater and
Stormwater and everything.
Yeah, everything.
Carry on.
thank you.
Demanding more tax dollars while current funds are mismanaged in a violation of public trust. The people in Citrus trusted you with the authority to maintain a way of life we hold to a standard. We pay for it. We pay for a service that never becomes shovel-ready. You used our need as leverage, used as campaign votes, or used the fear you invoked by threatening of losing our land and life achievements by taking our right to life, liberty, and right to own property, not a deed to the right to that property. No pay, no stay. The specifics of audits from 1967-68 fiscal year, the circumstances have come to surface once again, proving you can vote one out, yet the same system is still running current county operations. If history repeats itself, drastic changes that can and may happen. I will be giving these documents to the clerk to be filed as public record, evidence of unauthorized vendor payments and inflated department costs that have threatened quality of life and rights to fight for an integrity-rooted board to decide the condition we have this land and county programs for lack of protection. I stand to ensure my child's generation is not forced to deal with the effects of decisions made today. Commissioners should represent the people in our needs. Until all 5 of you can say you honestly know what our community needs, delay this vote, or state on record why you are approving this budget despite this evidence from the 1960s to the 80s until the present day of reaping what has historically been sown. The oppression of our diminished middle class ends today. The bureaucratic red tape and games have gone too far. Sadly, it has caused multitudes of homelessness and an uneducated generation. I am one of the last strong ones who takes pride in believing in my beloved county, and that my husband, brother, and so many more have put themselves aside to protect. It's time to hit the reset button. This county does not trust its representation and shows it.
Ms.
Checkmate.
Ms. Bedford, I would encourage you to make an appointment with the Office of Management and Budget and possibly the clerk's office, and they can explain cash carry forward and some of these other things. It's right to question your government, but I think some people have some answers that they could help you with. Anyone else on the setting a hearing for the stormwater? Okay, with that, I will close that part. Board, anything further? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We are at our presentation time. We're running a little behind with My Health on Site. Mr. Brian Branham. Ms. Flynn. Microphone, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This afternoon, we have a presentation and a request for the board to approve and execute an amendment between Citrus County and My Health to renew the county's employee health clinic. I'd like to welcome Brian Brannon. He's our Chief Financial Officer and Vice President of My Health on Site, and he's here today to provide the My Health presentation. And certainly if you have any questions afterwards or during, please ask us and we'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Jessica. I have to take my glasses off because I read. Again, Brian Branham with My Health on Site. It's a pleasure to be here today. So we're going to walk through the 2025 annual report. So open discussion, feel free to ask questions, but I'll go through this. I know you guys are busy and we're already running behind. So, okay, perfect. Who do I tell them? Oh, perfect. I have to put my glasses on now. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so we measure utilization by provider time. So our space is a little unique. Just let me give you some background of the health center and how it operates. We don't file insurance claims for insurance, and we don't bill based on CPT codes. We don't file claims based on any of that. Basically, the county, think of it as a direct primary care model. There's a cost for the staff, there's a cost for the labs and meds and the expenses at the health center, and it's directly billed to the county. So it bypasses the insurance. So utilization is based on provider time. So that's available amount of time that employees and members have that have access to the health center to use the time. So when we look at that, 85.6% is based on the inception since the health centers began. 2025 was 83.7%. So we like, and our target range, you see the little red line there, is 85%. That's kind of the sweet spot that we like to operate in. And the reason for that is that allows for those acute sick visit appointments, the last minute appointments. When we run at 95, 96, 97%, the utilization or the opportunity to get an appointment sometimes is hard to get. It's hard to get in, so you may end up, it may be a day or if you have to wait for a cancellation, those types of things. So when we operate at that 85%, typically we can get in same day, next day appointments, which as most of us probably experienced not having access to the health center, trying to get an appointment to your primary care for a sick visit the same day or next day is pretty much impossible. You have to go to urgent care, other sources to take care of that sick care. Completed appointments. So we look at ancillary, think of ancillary as nurse visits, or follow up for example, if we have a B12 injection or those types of things, those are nurse visits. Then we have medical appointments, and then we also track occupational appointments. Last year we did 8,239 appointments with the amount of time that we're open at the center, so very busy. So we just break it down looking at the number of appointments based on the days of the week. Friday is kind of a slower day, but as you would anticipate, Monday, Tuesdays are the heavy days as we come off weekends. This is just a heat map showing the time of the appointment. So as you would imagine, morning times are our busiest times for appointments, and then in the afternoon it cools off and there's more availability. So when you're looking for those appointments, your mornings are tough, and the afternoons are a little easier to get. We did break this down by constitution, and this just shows you, obviously the board carries, the bigger population is in that subset, so that just shows the number of appointments that went through that were BOCC versus clerk, supervisor elections, so forth. Okay. This is unique participation. So think of this as our belly buttons, each person going to the health center. So we had 94% of the current employees, and the way that gets measured, we're looking at the last month of the year's eligibility, because folks are rolling in and off throughout the year, so we use December as a matching point for the eligibility file. So at that point of snapshot, 94% of those employees on that list have been to the health center and visit it during the calendar year 25. So that's outstanding that the employee population is using the health center. What this shows is the unique patient appointment frequency. This shows how many times those unique participants are going. And the way to read that across the top, the 1 through 25 is going to be the number of appointments, and then you can see the employee based on the retiree dependent spouse and employee. So as an example, just look at number 4 there. You had 43 employees went to the health center 4 times in the year. When you look at that, 65% of the employees have been to the health center 3 or more times in a given year, which is great. So another thing that we measure is what we call VHPs, or vital health profiles. That's our lab draw and the annual physical that employees have and members have access to have done. So when we look at that through, for 2025, we had a total of 359 employees come through to have that done, which is 41% of the participating employees, 39%, sorry, 41% have completed a VHP, which represents 39% of the total. As a takeaway, that's something for us. As a takeaway, that's something that we can, that I think from a provider standpoint, from a takeaway, that's something we can, that's from an improvement perspective. We like to see that in the 60s. So just as an example, this just kind of breaks down on the VHPs themselves, vital health profiles, the gender and age range. So no shock here. Typically, the ladies are better at having their caretaking than us guys. And you can see with the age band, obviously the older population of the county, you can see that population there is obviously higher. So this is the diagnosis. So again, like I mentioned before, we track diagnosis, we track the CPT codes, we document all of that in our electronic medical record system. And that is not meant to be for filing claims, right? As I mentioned before, we don't file claims, but we do track, whether there's a diabetes diagnosis code, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, those types of things. So that's what this shows. And again, it does follow, as example, hyperlipidemia is always a top one. That's our cholesterol. And then our hypertension, right, these are typical when you see top diagnosis on a health plan. If you were to pull your health plan's data up with Florida Blue, it would probably mirror the same information in terms of what the prevalence of diagnosis would be. Medications, we did 8,911 medications. 4,100 of them came through, that were actually dispensed and given to the patients on hand at the health center. We also have a mail order program where 4,700 medications are through a mail order, which typically what happens with the mail order and the way the mail order gets transferred to mail order is our appointments is, like I said before, it's provider time. In our space, to dispense medications, we're not a pharmacy. The provider has to be the medical provider and then also the pharmacist at the same time. So there's dispensing rules that the provider has to be the same person. So it takes a longer time. So when we're dispensing 6 medications, as an example, it could take up to an hour to dispense that. So when we're looking at availability of time, we want to make the best use of that time. Plus, it's also a convenience to the employee. If it's a maintenance medication that they're taking that's controlled and the provider's okay with that, then they will shift that medication to mail order, so that maybe the next time when they come in to get the medication, they're only getting 2 or 3, and depending on what the plan of treatment is. So it helps to reduce the amount of time that is utilized at the center to free up appointments for others that may need it. So highly utilized on the mail order as well. And typical with the top dispensed RX, and that was the typo there that I had. 4,197 should be 4,147. Medications dispensed follow the conditions. Obviously, allergies, those types of things, the fluticasone, those types of things are typically the number one, and most reviews that you do, that they're always up there. Vital investment programs, where for short we call VIPs. This is engagement into wellness. This is where we have over 43 programs now that based on provider intervention, or they've had a lab done and there's whatever it may be, the provider can have this patient get engaged with our wellness team, and to be, whether it's weight management, diabetes, multiple programs, stress management, you name it. Through 2025, we had 98 unique patients participate in a wellness program, and 20 of them participated in 2 or more. So again, that's when you look at the total population of employees, that's almost 10%. 970 employees is pretty good. On health plans, it's usually 2 to 3% engagement in wellness. So just high level on so this is taken from our vital health profiles. This is with the lab draws. And then looking at, blood pressure information that we take in given the year. This just looks at the collection data. What this doesn't take into account for, and we certainly can do that, is to look at the it's like we have folks that have been here for a long time. We can take the same data and do year over year for exact people to see how they engage, if they're getting better or worse. But when you look at this as a total, what you want to see is movement from red to orange to yellow to green. You want to see that grow. But we're also going to identify folks that may or may not know that they have a condition, right? So that's one of the reasons why we like to get the VHP. Not all folks want to have that done. We certainly encourage to have the vital health profile done, because we have a lot of folks out there, and particularly us guys, that don't get services done until we have an event. So we would like to get that information so that if they don't know that they have a condition, we certainly can help intervene with that and get them engaged. Particularly with those that have a marker, when we mark an A1C, for example, it comes in at like a 6.0, right? That's a pre-diabetic. You want to get them engaged before they become a diabetic, which is, as we all know, it's very costly when we get to that point. And the same thing for hypertension. This just shows our diastolic. So we had 927 members come, as they come through, get their blood pressure checks. Again, this is taking snapshots. So, when we look at hypertensive based on your hypertensive based on your systolic and diastolic, 45% of the group were found to be in a hypertensive state. Diabetes. 542 members. Again, this is all members, including your dependents, had their A1C tested. 142 of them were found to be pre-diabetic, and 41 were found to have diabetes based on our annual check. Now, we do have folks that come to us that are regularly maintaining their diabetes, because we were able to support that with the strips and the monitors and so forth to help eliminate that barrier, because there's no cost for them to get that supply. So we're able to help manage that when those folks have diabetes, or if they're in a pre-diabetic, we get them engaged with wellness, whether that may be diet or could be exercise, could be a myriad of things. Then we bring them back in again, because there's no charge to bring them in, and we get them rescheduled to come in to check them again for their A1C, and hopefully that comes down for them. Obesity. Again, we just measure this. It's not really, it's more of an engagement tool when we talk to folks, depending on whether it's waist to hip waist ratio or BMI ratio. We'd like to get folks engaged, because obviously weight has a lot of issues with regards to other chronic conditions and so forth. So we just measured that. So 445 of those patients were from a measurement taken, was over 30 BMI. Okay. Sorry this is small. I'll try to squeeze this in on one page. So what we do to measure return on investment is we work with the county's consultant to get Blue Cross your plan information. So this is taking your plan information and then taking what our cost is to kind of give you an idea of ROI, right? Because like I said, we don't file claims to your health plan. So any claim that is avoided from your health plan, which is at a higher cost, think of it as transferred to the health center or shifted to the health center as dollars saved, right? So we take a look at three components. Now there's other components that could be measured, but it's hard to get information. When you talk about ER as an example, whether did we prevent that ER or types of things, or the claim that didn't happen. Those are kind of hard. So we focus on the actual numbers from an example for our office visit. So Blue Cross does it a little differently. If you look down here or go across the top, our cost, $826,000. What that is the staff cost. That's the cost for the doctors, for the nurses, for the MAs, all staff. It's cost for the, let me see here. It's also cost for the supplies at the health center. That's $826,000. I did not include labs or medications. That's on a separate tab for cost. So we did 7,572 medical visits. On the first slide, you saw there was 8,000. I backed out the work comp, or the occupational piece of it, right? Because that wouldn't go underneath your medical spend. So I backed that down. So of 7,572 medical visits, that comes to an average of 109. So that's the cost of the staff and supplies and so forth. And that's, again, primary care staff, ancillary staff is our MAs and our nurses. So when you look at the plan, Blue Cross does a little different. They measure that based on a per service, not a per visit charge. So when you look at their data, their cost for a per service visit is $135.27. And we all know when we go to our doctors and you look at when they give you the checkout sheet, right, and they're checking off all the services that they're doing, right, it's not just one, it's many, right? The EMR systems actually will code for the doctors for billing. And did you make sure you check this TPT code? Make sure you check that one. So to maximize billing. So when you look at number of services, we try to be conservative. So we're saying 1.5 services for a visit. That's how you get to the 202.91, okay? And again, that's all professional services, which is your primary specialty visits on the plan. So you look at that delta is about $93.77, gives you $710,000 variance just on professional services. And that's net, right? That's taking our cost, coming up with an average, and then looking at the plan cost to get you that net on professional services. The next step would be looking at labs. So we spent $88,000 and $88,076 on labs, and we did 8,660 labs. That average is $10.17 for all the labs that we do in the center. That's the average cost, which is really, really low. We actually had a hospital system ask us to use our lab contract with LabCorp. It's a very, very good contract. When you look on the plan for labs, the average is $42.26. So any lab that we can perform and divert away from the plan is going to be a pretty sizable savings. That average is $32.09. So that's $277,000 in lab savings off of the plan. RX, you have a good RX contract through your health plan. So the delta there is the savings is still a savings, but it's not as great. Our average, we dispense 8,861, and this includes mail order. Our average cost is $21.71. The plan, and again, we only dispense generics where we don't have brands or any of this type of specialty meds, obviously, that are very, very costly. This is looking at just generics only on the plan. That average spend is $27.28 with a delta of $5.57, savings of $49,000. So when you look at that and add up that marketplace savings from the plan is a little over $1 million, $1,037,280. Now you take into the administration, the actual fixed cost, what's the admin fee, what's our fee, the cost to operate the health center for us is $254,265, giving you a net savings of $783,015. That's how we compute that. Now, 2 bullet points there at the bottom that we don't put into the ROI, and it's real, is the copay savings that the employees save by coming to the health center, which is just over $240,000 through the year. And that's looking at just the office visits and the medications dispensed. And then looking at presenteeism, right? When depending on what you read, going to the doctor's office and time off of work and so forth is average, 4 to 6 hours. Here we're obviously close to county operations and getting in and out. So we used an hour of just presenteeism at $28.72 range, looking at the 7,500 visits. As another $217,000 in a presenteeism cost, potential savings there that employees or the county would save there. So looking at that, taking the million minus the 254, giving you the 783 gives you a $3, 308 to 1 return there on plan investment. I will say your plan is actually from your health plan side of Blue Cross is running very well. I think you believe you had a negative 2% reduction from 24 to 25, which is great. I wish I could say that for other counties and groups around the state. So that's kudos to the team to keep it that way. Questions?
Board? Commissioner Bass?
Thank you, and thank you to the staff. I know a lot of work went into this. It's no doubt that what you're showing us is the clinic is busy, but there's a varying difference between numbers that you're showing us in counters versus actual per person usage, because somebody could literally be going in and getting a prescription and that's counted as a visit. The one category shows really spiked, that could be our annual renewal. To be honest, I mean, we started this, I don't know, it was 2010 or 11. The company has changed hands. This has never been out to bid. It's changed hands, but we've used it like a sole source. And what I have asked for is I would like to see these numbers benchmarked against our monthly reports with Blue Cross Blue Shield, considering that we're self-insured. I'm not sure when you're saying it's gone down a couple percentage points, because Blue Cross Blue Shield has gone up significantly over the last few years on our self-insured rates. So, I mean, this is something that's supposed to help us, but by all accounts, our claims are not going down. Our claims are going up. In fact, we're at 100% in claims.
For 2025?
Mm-hmm.
Would you like me to?
So what I'm going to make a recommendation to the board is, this is for a 5-year renewal. It's been a 5-year renewal since 2010. I would like for us to take a deep breath, do a 1-year renewal, and really go in and analyze, because by the time that we are paying the clinic, and then we're providing you the space, and we're providing you the electric, we have all these other overheads on top of our self-insured plan with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and I would like to match those numbers up. I would like to make sure our utilization is exactly what's being presented, because when I ran the numbers, I can't make them match. So my recommendation to the board, and I would like to make a motion for a 1-year renewal and give us time to actually go out to bid and then actually look at these numbers and compare them, because our claims are not going down. Our claims are up.
Madam Chair,
Okay,
quick question.
may I?
Everybody wait. There's a motion on the
Second.
floor. Now I've heard a second. Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Kennard.
So the claims for 2025, you're saying have gone up 100% over what they were?
We're 100% claims ratio. We're, since,
You want me to speak to it? What's your numbers?
we've seen a 38.4% increase. So we've gone from 18, fiscal year 18, our health insurance premiums were about 3.7, and going into this next budget cycle, we're going to be roughly 14 million. And
Since
we have this on,
2018.
and we have this on top of it.
So you're saying 8 years, we've went up 38%?
We've gone up more than 38%.
Well, certainly, and I'll support this, but I think it certainly warrants further discussion. You know, obviously, the premiums across the country have gone up. I don't know what our percentage increase is compared to what other entities have experienced in the increase in their premiums. But we've also increased staffing over that period of time. You know, simply taking on Nature Coast EMS added an additional, what was that, 92 employees to it that now needed to be covered under our Blue Cross policy. So I'll support it, but I do want to see some additional, have some additional
I would like to
discussion about
take the numbers that are coming from here and match them up to our Blue Cross Blue Shield, see exactly what, and it may work out fine, but I think it deserves a look, and I think that we need to know the numbers that we're dealing with.
Madam Chair.
it. Good catch.
Commissioner Davis?
I will say that I use the health clinic, and I think you guys do a fabulous job from a consumer standpoint, but this renewal kind of came to us a little bit at the last minute, and I think as tax stewards of the taxpayer dollars, we need to do a deep dive and make sure that we're doing what we need to be doing. But I think all your points were well taken about absent, being in or out, and Jessica brought up that it's a really good recruiting tool also for county staff, so thank you.
Thank you.
Did you? Yes, ma'am.
As a person that doesn't take, as a person that doesn't take the county insurance and does have Blue Cross and Blue Shield, I'd like you to know that my premium, my personal premium, has gone up 34% in the last 2 years. So when they have gone up, they're not out of line going up with other citizens in the county that are paying personal. I know I do it personally, and it has jumped significantly. But then again, so have doctor visits if you don't have insurance. So has Medicare, because that's gone up really high again. So, and people on Social Security don't have a choice in that. So I don't mind agreeing, giving a 1 year to look at other plans, But I think our department has done a wonderful job trying to keep us down in expenses, and I think the clinic is a wonderful thing to have for our employees, and it does keep costs down.
So I'll add my 2 cents in here. For somebody that honestly would choose Eastern medicine over Western before, I have been to the clinic, and what a huge benefit, not only for our employees, but for our taxpayers, for the employees, because like I said, for one that doesn't like a doctor's office, they're incredible there. And for employees, time from work where they could just go in and out quickly. They're not spending a day and waiting and the next day at the doctor's office. Huge benefit. Staying out of emergency rooms and walk-in clinics, huge savings for our insurance. The ease, right? For our taxpayers, because if it's 30-something% from 2018 and we've added all of these extra employees, honestly, I don't even know how we've done that. That's incredible. I just want to caution the board, not always I'm okay with bidding, for the taxpayers. Here's my worry, not extending 5 years. This outfit has done such a wonderful, wonderful job. And now that that's pointed out, I see it as a bigger benefit. Like, you're saying it went up, but all these employees that we've taken on that amount of time, it's ran a certain way. Our employees are used to these doctors. That means they are going there and not choosing somewhere else in the interim. I'm always about saving money, but if we make such a drastic change and the amount is so close, are we saving money at that point? Because are people jumping ship? So, I'll go with the board's direction. I would be fine today voting for this motion as is for the 5 years, because I think that gives stability to our employees, and we've recognized the savings for the taxpayers to provide this service.
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I just opened up the contract, and basically the contract is for a 5-year term with one additional 5-year period. The option to renew is anyway, the renewal must be agreed to by both parties for 5 years. So if you all are doing 1 year, they're going to have to agree to it. Otherwise, the contract isn't valid. We don't have the option of unilaterally extending it. They have to agree to it. So if you're changing the terms, the current terms are 5 years. So if you're changing it to 1, it would have to be something that the other side would have to agree to.
The motion on the floor, I believe, is for the 1 year.
Yes. It does allow us to extend the contract unilaterally for a 90-day period if we want to go out for bid, but I don't think you can get a solicitation done in 90 days.
Right, but can they agree here?
Yes, I'm just saying that you can make the motion, but they're going to have to agree.
And I'm good with 5. I really am solid with the 5 years. I don't know where everybody else is landing on this. I don't know if a second was because it's supportive of the 1 or if it's just for discussion.
It was for discussion, and if I may, I would also support a 5-year extension at this point in time. However, I do respect Commissioner Bay. She comes from the insurance industry. It would be nice to have this come back to the board in a month or so with, not from you, but from Ms. Flynn's office, to just basically say, here's what all of our costs are in, I don't know, 1 or 2 tables.
Sorry.
Kind of drowned in the patient data. Just to give us a snapshot of what our real costs are and how they compare to other insurance hikes, things like that, because Commissioner Finnegan has very good points about the disruption, and my personal experience has been very good. So,
thank you.
Whichever way the board wants to go, I'm fine.
Chair, I'm sorry. One more piece of information from the contract. You also have the opportunity for a 90-day cancellation for convenience. So if you were to extend, you could direct staff to investigate, do whatever, and then you would have an opportunity to cancel with a 90-day cancellation clause. So if you did want to extend, but then go out for bid. If that could be accomplished in a reasonable time, you can also cancel with 90 days.
Sometimes
Just want to
I
make sure
think-
you have the full picture.
I worry about making reactions like that and causing more damage than good.
I just didn't want it to be said I didn't bring that part up.
Anyone else? I will open this to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak about the My Health on site? Looks like we got somebody coming up. You must have been on vacation. I haven't seen you for a while.
No, I'm trying to stay out of trouble. I'm Dr. Carmen Kubicek, Inverness IV4. I actually have some questions. He talks about savings, and I do get the clinic. I think My Health is a good idea, but I'm not hearing what the taxpayers cost in maintaining this clinic and also providing insurance for their staff. And I would like to know how much the bundle is costing us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else open to the public on this agenda item? Okay, closing this portion. I don't know if either one of you can answer that. I think she's saying our costs for the insurance and the clinic, which I think the clinic is saving on the insurance, but what's that bundle cost?
Commissioner, can I get back with you with that final number or those figures, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Would you be amenable to 1 year and then us going to
So
5 shortly thereafter?
The existing contracts renew every year, so I get.
We have a little
bids.
time.
We get that. We've been through many before, so understand. I agree with what you mentioned, Commissioner, in terms of the disruption side of things. So the current contract can renew for, you don't have to put a new one. You can just renew the existing.
You're saying
There's no
renew-
changes in, our administration hasn't changed since 2011, the same cost. So for nearly 16 years, it's been the same fee.
And that's the benefit of not, right, keep going out. Yeah, we start rebidding and
And again,
costs may get higher quickly.
It's staff, supplies, and meds. So hourly rate for a doctor is, going to be roughly the same in this area. So it runs us pretty tight in terms of that. So when you look at if you take that number, the 202 as an example on the health plan, that rate, you take that times the number of visits, like let's just say the health center went away, right? Take all those visits, where are they going to go? They're going to go back to the plan at a much higher cost, right? So that's the cost avoidance that the health center brings, to let alone the convenience side of it, the employee savings. And again, there's a difference between funding and claims. Big difference. The claims actually downtrended from 2024 to 2025 by 2%. Funding's different. And that's a whole different financial model. You are self-funded, which is the model you need. That's the best model to be in. You pay your claims as you go. You buy the catastrophic reinsurance to take care of when you have those high claims. You have reinsurance to protect you, which is appropriate. Everything else is, what do you need to do to mitigate claims, right? What's the best thing to do? What's the next best thing to do? Like the lady mentioned, the cost of health insurance. It's a long-term liability that the county has, right? You have employees. It's an expense outside of payroll. It's probably one of the highest expenses. So you have to put things together to mitigate those costs, and obviously the health center is one of those things to put in place to do that. So again, thank you for your time, and
Well,
I
we'll
will
see,
will
see where
support.
it lands. I'll vote no
yeah.
on this next motion. Hopefully, we'll have a second one.
Madam
but
Chair.
Hopefully, you stick with us no matter what.
I would like to thank Commissioner Bays for bringing this forward. It's a worthwhile discussion to have, but respectfully, I'm going to withdraw my second.
Okay. So we have a motion with no second.
I have a question for the attorney. So if the board votes to renew for 5 years, you're saying that we have a 90-day out, even if we renew for the 5 years at this point?
Yes.
Okay, so we can take a look at it. There's no pressure to do something right now or do something today about this, but rather to give us some time to take a look at, is this actually saving us money in our premiums? Are we saving money in claims? Or are there other options? Are there other telemedicine options, telehealth options that could potentially reduce the funding amount or increase the savings amount?
Yes.
Okay.
90 days written notice.
Madam Chair,
Ma'am?
are you
Commissioner Davis?
calling this for, dies for lack of a second? You want a new motion?
Yes, there's no second that I've heard, so.
Motion to approve H1B for a 5-year renewal.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you for your time and for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have a 1:30 time certain, a little behind here, for the fire assessment. Are you handling that, Madam Attorney, or is Chief coming up? Or do we need no one, and I'll just open it to the public?
Yeah, either way, the A is just to conduct the public hearing, and then B is to adopt and authorize. So if you need an introduction, then the chief would do that, or
I think,
otherwise.
Chief, we're not changing anything with the fire protection. It is the same exact that has been on your last tax bill. So I will conduct the public hearing. Anyone from the public would like to speak about the fire protection assessment?
Renee Bedford, Flow City, Florida. With the packet of information I gave you, the assessment of the fire since the past 4 years, taking, nothing's been spent. Look at the evidence.
Anyone else?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi.
Guillermo Antonio Smart from Citrus Springs, a new resident of Citrus County. And I received your letter proposal for assessing a $35 fee.
Sir, it's not time for that one yet.
It's
This
not
is
time for
for
that one?
fire, that's solid waste.
Okay.
But you will have an opportunity to speak about that one momentarily.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Welcome. Hi.
My name's Leslie Larman, and I'm from St. Petersburg. I drove up here because I own property in Hernando and Lake Park community, and I have 2 mobile homes there. And there's only 2 fire hydrants in all of Lake Park community, and I'm on the point. So if there's a fire, I'm out of luck. By the time they'd get a fire water truck there, the mobile homes would burn down so quickly that I don't think I should be assessed. It's for 2 units, they're assessing me $464. And with the way everything is right now, I really can't afford it. So I'm against the assessment of the fire.
Okay.
So
Is
that's
that all your comments?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Fire Chief, maybe you can see this young lady and help her, how you can check out where she lives and how you can help her if there's, God forbid, a fire. Anyone else on the fire assessment? Fire assessment? At the microphone, please. State your name and where you're from.
I'm Alice Massa, and I am a new resident in Citrus County, Hernando. We too, like the lady said prior, I don't have any visible fire hydrants in my area. And I'm curious to know, really, why is a fee being assessed? What does that encompass, really? So being new, I really don't have much information. And excuse my appearance. I rushed here after work, so I'm
And we'll
sorry.
have the
But
fire chief come up and answer some of these questions.
thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks for being here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dr. Kubitschek, IV4. I had a complaint about Garden Street and IV4. There's a pile of brush that developer, builder, whatever, has piled on someone's property. I called about it. Someone did come out and look at it. The neighbor that's involved has also filed complaints and so forth. And unfortunately, it sits there. This is a matter of time before that's going to go up in smoke. And unfortunately, it's not only going to involve the property on Maryland.
This is about the fire assessment. Chief, please don't leave yet. I promised someone else you'd answer some questions.
So when residents are complaining and bringing, concerns about potential problems, and we keep, getting assessed, and there's no, how can I say it? There's no response. I really have a problem with that. I don't mind paying taxes, but I'm not getting any services. And this affects all of us, because it's a matter of time. Thank God for the rain. But when we had that really drought, spell, I was really concerned that the whole neighborhood would go up in smoke. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, looks like we have another speaker, but people are asking about what the assessment is being used for, some new residents, so maybe you could speak on that in just a few minutes. Are you heading my way? Okay. Hi there.
Hi, good afternoon. Fire Lieutenant Paramedic PJ Offhammer, Citrus County, retired. I would just like to let these people know that I agree that, price raises are hard, but we need to have money to pay for services. We have a growing community. We don't have, still to this point, we have three people on a truck for the most part. It's still not national standards. We could be going so much higher in rates that this is really a minor expense that we all need to have. It's not just, your mobile home that catches fire. I am, half mile away from the closest hydrant, and it's only been there for about 6 years. So a lot of us are all in that same boat. We knew that when we bought our properties. But if I have a wreck coming here, it's these guys that are going to respond. It's not just about our homes. It's about our whole community. It's a small amount. I know it hurts some people, but we've got to find a way to support our fire services. They put their life on the line. We need to give a little back so that they can help us when we need help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Chief, while you were helping someone, or anyone else about the fire assessment? Chief, while you were helping someone, there was questions about the fee and some people's concerns about not living close enough to a fire hydrant and how that the fire department can still service them in case of a fire.
Okay, so Craig Stevens, Fire Chief, Citrus County. Good afternoon, Commissioners. As far as what the fee is going towards for the MSBU, the purchase of apparatus, our fire station remodel or rebuild, depending on the condition of the buildings. The personnel that we hired the 13 personnel as we've discussed. And then of course, when it comes down to services, as far as a hydrant does not affect us. We're a very rural community. Hydrant is a great thing for us because then we have a sufficient water supply. However, we run tankers to the outlying areas where we do not have water supply and a hydrant. So our tankers carry about 2,500 gallons of water. They arrive on scene, and we have a collapsible tank we take off the side of them. We place that on the ground. The engine that is pumping the fire can suck the water out of that collapsible tank, and the tanker runs back and forth from a water supply should we have a large fire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you answered it perfectly. Board, any discussion? I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve H2B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Chief. The next one is a public hearing to certify the non-ad valorem assessment rolls for fiscal year 26-27. This is H3. Are you wanting to come up and say something? I wanted to address, because we got some additional information in an opposition letter from a lady with her concerns. And I spoke to Mr. Hall, who's present with us here, about this. And this is not the county making these fees or assessment. This is a community that has decided that they wanted something in their community, and it just passes through the county and we pay the collective bill for them. So in this specific letter, it talked about the amount increasing for the lighting, but again, we are not making the increase. If this affects you, you belong to an HOA, your HOA would in essence say we want this or we don't want this, and then the county would just no longer collect it if that's what your HOA decides. So this is not for all citizens, this is just for those that have asked the county to pay their collective bills, and then we take the money out of their taxes.
Correct, and the lighting district that you're referring to, first of all, Carlton Hall Public Works, we have about 29 different lighting districts that we manage. And so those have increases from the power companies on a yearly basis, and we take those increases incorporated into the assessment for the next year, and that's when we see an increase.
Thank you. At this time, I will open this up to the public. Do you have any comments on the non-ad valorem assessments? Not yet on solid waste. I promise we're going to get there, and then I'm going to look at you and tell you when it's time. I will close the public portion.
Motion to approve H3B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Commissioner Barrick?
For the gentleman that lives in Citrus Springs, this is our MSBU. So just so that you know, you pay $35 a year for that MSBU because that is the non-ad valorem. And the people in Beverly Hills have an MSBU. That has not changed, okay? So this is just approving that that's all they're gonna take so that we have the beautification, the flowers and trees along the main roads, at night, certain lighting. And yes, Citrus Springs does pay for part of the road's maintenance. So that's what this is approving, okay?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. The next public hearing will be to consider the imposition of the proposed 2026 property abatement assessments. And this is for people that have had code violations and have not paid, and the county has finally had to take action and have put taxpayer money into these properties, and now we are assessing on those property taxes so that the average citizen isn't bearing the cost, that the actual property owner will bear the cost. And those were listed in the backup material for those that have properties affected. Do you want to add to that at all?
I think you handled it, Chair, Commissioners, Eric with Growth Management. This is an option of last resort, so it's not, it doesn't come to us if the grass is too high or if there's junk in the yard. This is life safety, where if a house is falling over and we need to protect our residents. So as you said, this is where the county has fronted the money to clean it up, and the only way to recover it is to put it on the tax rolls. I believe there was a lady that I spoke to prior to the meeting that is affected by one of these, and I provided her with our code director's contact information. She could reach out to him and find the most common remedy, but she may want to speak, and she certainly has the right to do so.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I will now open this part for these properties to the public. Would anyone like to speak on just this agenda item? Welcome. Please state your name, where you're from. You're probably going to have to move that mic down. There you go.
Hi, my name's Shauna Beam. I'm from Marion County, but I am part owner of a property in Citrus County. The other owner is Axton neighbor. He also resides in Marion County. So our grandmother died of a massive heart attack right after she adopted him. So the whole year that I was going through my adoption process to try and keep him from going to the state, his biological father did drugs. And he caught the house on fire. He incurred all these expenses. And then I'm not, saying that I'm not going to pay because I am responsible as a property owner. I'm just asking for y'all to maybe, I know it's not y'all that did the fee, but maybe if we can come to like some payment plan, or like maybe if we can just take all the accrued interest off, and just for me to pay exactly what the county paid. And that's really it, guys.
Okay. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
You too.
Say bye-bye.
Anyone else would like to speak to this? Come on up.
My name is Reynaldo Intorino. I've lived in this house for 8 years now. And my neighbor has an abandoned house. They cut down the trees and the brush, it just stays right there. It just gets bigger every year. I'm concerned about fire. That's my,
You're saying he cut down the trees and there's a pile in the yard?
there's a lot of debris that can catch on fire in houses next door.
Okay.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Okay. The gentleman standing there, turn around. He can help you make a code enforcement complaint.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else to speak on this topic? Mr. Landon, to the young lady's question, this is just put on the taxes, right? Divided up on the taxes.
Correct.
So it's not a one-time fee that we would impose.
Correct, and the county has no interest in taking anyone's property or seizing their property. We want you to keep your property. We just want to recover the costs that the county incurred. So I think JC, our code director, he deals with this on a daily basis. I think he'd be the best one to kind of point her in the right direction. I think you have a couple options. If you're affected by this, is you could just pay it, or it could be a result of the sale where potentially you could have someone else take on that issue, and you would receive the sales price less the cost that was incurred.
Thank you.
Sure.
Board, any questions or comments or a motion?
I do. What is the breakdown between the interest and our actual expenses?
That I don't know.
Okay. She has a compelling story. The problem is, of course, anybody can say anything, and so we can't just go off on the drop of a hat up here and make exceptions. However, if her story checks out, I would be amenable to cutting her whatever slack we can without setting an enormous precedent.
And typically we do that. I know for regular code enforcement
We
fines.
do have hardship case applications, do we not?
Well, if you abate the violation, if you have a fine, we will waive the fine except for the administrative costs. So
Okay.
that's a pretty regular occurrence.
Something like that on the tax bill over time, or?
These where the county actually fronted money, I don't know. Those are a little different than the daily fines. So we waive the daily fines, but the county hasn't put forth any cost except for the administrative costs. We do require them to pay that, but we'll waive the.
Yeah.
So that's just an example that we don't want people's money. We just want the property fixed. I think there's a misconception that we're trying to get their money, we're trying to get their property. We don't want any of that. We just want abated violations.
Oh, I know, we don't want it. We've got, enough of them.
And I assume the property is being sold since you don't live there, so the sale could abate the,
Sure, they could abate the fine as part of the sale, absolutely.
She didn't mention it was for sale, or I wouldn't have brought that up.
Okay.
Well, I can't sell it because when it went through probate, so I did all my adoption and probate through Citrus County.
You're gonna have to go to the microphone, ma'am, I'm sorry.
So the whole process went through Citrus County. Like, I adopted him here, the probate case was here, and when I went to a realtor to try and sell it to pay the fines, I put his money in a portion for when he grows up. So in the future, if it is enough to buy a car when he turns 18, he can do that. And when I went there, they told me that I could not sell it because he is under the age of 18 and I cannot sell his portion. And he would need a guardian of asset, even though I am.
The little boy is the other owner?
Yes, that's why I had him stand up to the mic. He is partial owner of this property.
Okay.
So at this point, I'm like the only responsible owner, I guess you could say, that is responsible for $16,000 now. And I can't sell it until I get a guardian of asset, and I can't get a guardian of asset until I get an attorney, and his attorney that did the probate, which is Michael Dandrin, or however you'd say his name, he said that he can no longer represent us because now he is a conflict of interest because he represented him in a different case. So that is why I cannot sell it, I guess, technically.
You're in a pickle,
In a really big pickle. A really big pickle.
because you ought to just sell it.
Yep.
I don't know if my head hurts more at government or my heart hurts more right now.
But thank you all, guys, and have a good day, and
Thank
hope
you.
to see you later.
Good luck with everything and taking on the little boy. That's so nice. Eric, you think JC will have some good options for her?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
can we pull hers and see if we can get somebody to work through that in the courts? I mean, this is kind of an unusual case, and see if we can get somebody to do a pro bono case to get for the little boy. This is just, this is a weird situation.
A little heart-wrenching. I don't know.
I mean, I would just pull hers off, let the others go through.
What does
and
that
we can
look
always
like?
bring
If
back.
we pulled her off, I guess we'd have to have a separate public hearing for just her case.
I honestly don't know.
Okay, you probably do, Madam Attorney.
I'm sorry, I wasn't anticipating something like this, so I really don't know how we would.
So just make a motion, Commissioner Bays, and let's see where it flies.
Trying to go back to make a motion for H4 excluding,
B and C.
pardon me?
Parts B and C.
I think she's looking for a name.
Yes.
We had it, a Beam, I
Is
think.
it Pamela Lynn, Shannon Beam, and Braxton Sparks?
No, she said Sean.
That's the one.
But Pamela is dead. That was my grandmother. She had a heart attack in February, so she is no longer an owner. And Braxton Sparks went through an adoption, so his new name is now Axton Neighbor. But Michael assured me that that wouldn't be a problem, even though the name
So we
didn't
can just
match.
do it by parcel number then.
There you go.
So, make a motion to approve H4, A, B, and C, and withdraw alt key number 2337052.
Motion by Commissioner Bays.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. You have something to say?
Nope, I was leaning in for a second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. You got a little time.
Thank you so
Can
much.
you,
You're welcome.
Can somebody get her information so that I can reach back out?
Thank you for being here today. Sometimes government can work for you. Okay, that brings us to H5. This is a public hearing for the proposed Cedar Lake Estates 2026 assessment area. These are some water line extensions. Hi.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bernadine Flood Nichols, Utility Business Services, covering for Ken Cheek for the public hearing. This is to establish Cedar Lake Estates 2026 assessment for water lines that we did add to the community. This was driven by the community after we had extended water lines along North Suncoast Boulevard as part of the Northwest Quadrant. They are deactivating their water treatment plant and wanted the county to take over water services in the community. This is to establish that assessment. We have completed the project and already have some of the residents connecting to our services.
Perfect, thank you. I will open this topic to the public. This is only for Cedar Lakes. Any public comment? Okay, I will close that. Board?
Motion to approve H5, B, and C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick, second by Commissioner Kennard. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Chair,
Yes.
Holly is not here.
Oh. She'll be here 1 second. While we're waiting for her to get back, the next one's going to be a public. If you could just say it in the microphone.
The bathroom, guys.
Say it into the microphone.
Aye.
Thank you. 5-0. Okay, H6, conduct a public hearing for the proposed Citrus Springs 2026 assessment area, another water line extension.
Yes, thank you. Again, Bernadine Flood Nichols, Utility Business Services. We conduct and request this assessment each year. This is for the establishment of the Citrus Springs 2026 assessment for water line extensions that were installed last year. As we have discussed in prior years, this is driven by legal determinations that have been established that actually predate our ownership of the utility, and has since been incorporated into the bond covenants. So that is what we're requesting of you today.
Okay, thank you. I will open the Citrus Springs assessment for the water line extension open to the public, just on this water line extension. Any public comment? Okay, with that, I will close it. Board?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve H5, B, and C.
Excuse me, Commissioner, we're on
Six.
H6.
H6, I'm sorry, H6. I'm looking at 6 and saying 5, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Could you read that again, please?
I'd like to make a motion for H6, B, and C.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard.
And I make one comment.
Please.
For those that live in Citrus Springs, we do have the Tacoma Agreement, which means the county has to put water in Citrus Springs. So this just allows the county to do it, and I am very, very pleased at the fact that they do put it into every new house where we can get it. And he gets it in, the department gets it in as soon as they can. Some of them don't get it right away because it's impossible to get the things done, but we are trying to make sure that all of Citrus County has city water or county water. And I appreciate what you do. Thank you.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Now, what we've all been waiting for, where's my guy? We are going to conduct a public hearing to reimpose the annual disposal assessments and adopt the solid waste residential assessment roll for fiscal year 26-27. And Mr. Carlton Hall and Joshua Yance is here. And I will reiterate that this is not a new $35 assessment. This is an $8 increase from 4 years ago.
Correct. Carlton Hall Public Works. So if we recall, a year ago, we brought together a rate study that hadn't been done in some time for solid waste. As part of that rate study, we set a 5-year plan in place for the rates and the increases that need to happen over the next 5 years to fund solid waste in the enterprise fund.
And that plan was approved by the board. Yes.
So that
I think there
assessment-
was some confusion, commissioners. I'm sure you got the emails too, and I was explaining to people that it's not a new $35. Like, people think this is new. Like, why are you charging $35? And we're not. You were charged, I think it was $27 4+ years ago. And now it's moving to 35 as part of that 5-year study and plan.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
Mr. Hall, I suppose you're combined, you're going to go over because we have a lot of new people in the room and a lot of concern over the last few meetings. You'll describe what all of those, the combined fee is going for.
Sure, absolutely.
And also the folks that say, like myself, I am with Waste Management and I pay for all of that, so why do I have to pay that on top?
So the MSBU is a portion of the funding for solid waste. Of course, the tipping fees at the scale for commercial haulers, as well as any resident that brings something to the landfill, helps to also mitigate the expenses to run solid waste. But a lot of the assessment covers items that we don't charge for. There's planning and construction for future solid waste disposal facilities. We have a new cell that just opened. We have another cell that's due to start construction in the next 2 to 3 years. We also have a 60-acre land swap. We are in the middle of finishing and finalizing with DEP. And then we also have a new citizen service area that has to be constructed so that we can then dig the next cell of the landfill. Our hazardous waste program is free. Anyone that can bring in hazardous waste, and we take that for free. Our single stream recycling program is free to the residents. It's not free to the county. Even though it's recycling, it costs the county money. Our litter program, we have 4 man crews. We have 4 of those out on the road picking up trash and litter along the roadways. That is free. Capital expenditure of heavy equipment and the replacement of that equipment, operational expenses to run the day-to-day, and then a lot of other items that can be disposed of at solid waste that don't cost anything. Bulky items such as furniture, carpeting, padding, box springs, mattresses are not charged for. Refrigerator, appliances, AC units are not charged for. Christmas trees, computers, laptops, tablets, and even scrap metal is taken for free. So the MSBU in that assessment helps to pay for some of those items that are not charged for.
Thank you.
Which also keeps them out of our Withlacoochee State Forest and at the end of somebody's, road. People dump those things. They don't bring them to us.
Don't go too far. I'm going to open it to the public, and they may have some additional questions. Okay, I'm going to open this time up to the public. Now's your chance. Remember to please state your name and where you're from.
Yes, Guillermo Antonio Smart from Citrus Springs, a new resident, and being here almost a year. And when I received the letter stating there would be a $35 imposition, a new fee on my property, my first thoughts were, well, why should I have to pay any additional fees since I already pay for waste disposal on my own? You explained to me that it was not a $35 new imposition, but rather an $8 increase. That was not explained in the email. However, as a resident of this county, and I've been here now for almost a year, I've found that the conditions of the roads in Citrus Springs are substandard. And my question is, what are the funding being appropriated to fix the roads in such a way that they are appropriate and up to standard for driving a vehicle on Citrus Springs roads? Those pictures I just submitted to the lady at my left, they are substandard. As a pastor who's been to several other foreign countries on mission trips, I can say that those roads are third world in their standard, and we need to do something about that. So as far as the county is concerned, I think we need to look at the appropriation of the funds and get the roads fixed properly in all areas of Citrus County, especially Citrus Springs.
Mr. Smart, I think the clerk needs you.
Yes. Absolutely.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Tracy Duncan of Lecanto. I'm not opposing the increase at all. I would just ask, that with this increase that y'all would please stronger consider looking into trying to reduce our need for new cells and land digging and so forth, and really get more serious about the incinerator. I've done a lot of reading on this. A lot of areas do it. It saves a ton of money. It actually even powers towns and so forth as that. So there's really a lot of good about this incinerator. So I really hope that maybe somehow with this increase, you can look at to using some of this to really look into the incinerator and not taking more of our land and so forth and creating more. I think it's leach water that we're going to have to, dispose of. That is not good for deep well jetting and all that stuff, as well as also increase our ability for more recycling. The more we recycle, the less we have in our landfill. So it all kind of goes hand in hand. I know recycling costs, but in the long run, I think we save. The more we have more spaces available for recycling and recycling more, is this a win-win. So if I could be of any help, I'd be more than happy to. I will volunteer my time, but I really think it's a serious issue that we need to look into, especially with us growing in numbers the way we are. But thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Duncan, when I was a new commissioner, I asked about all of that too. So maybe when all the speakers are done, yes, Mr. Yance can tell you a little bit about the incinerator and why we don't have that now. Next speaker, please. Hi.
Renee Bedford, Full City, Florida. This is no personal attack on any of y'all. He said that's an $8 increase. I pay $35 a month for can pickup. I use the dump probably once every other week, and I'm paying $25 to $30 to dump. Nothing is free. Actually, when I go to the dump, just saying what he was saying, this, that, and the other is free. No, it's not. So why am I paying additional? I would like that clarified. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Dr. Kubitschek, IV4. I do recall the meeting where it was discussed that, it would go up to 35, but I'm here because nothing is really free. Not only do I have to pay for the service to come and pick up my trash, but any time that I have to go to the fill, I'm also paying. The service that comes and pick up my trash is also paying for that service. So I would like to know exactly how much the landfill is getting from all the parties, because I feel that they're getting more than they should. That's my own personal opinion. I come from a community where taxpayers paid for that service, but when they went to the landfill, they didn't have to pay extra because that was covered under the taxes. So to me, that's like double dipping. I want to know where the expenditures are. They keep going up, but I don't see any numbers. Where's the transparency? Where are they spending all this money? That's all I ask for. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kubitschek. Anyone else that wants to speak before the board?
Rowena Kinchley in Inverness, Florida, and it's a good thing I wore my T-shirt that says I don't go looking for trouble, because obviously I'm up here. I'm not a great fan of high taxes. I can't afford high taxes. But one thing I do not hear being discussed here, because I came from Tampa, where I was very active, and one of the things that law enforcement had to face in the city was that, because there were a lot of alleyways, people dumped things because they couldn't afford to dispose of things properly, which ended up resulting in a law enforcement problem. I came up with this great idea. Well, why don't we just do a countywide roundup and just round up everything? So we spent the money in the city, and we did that. And the crime rate just plummeted. The residents were happier, government was happier, law enforcement was happier, and the city looked and smelled a lot better. Here we don't have the alleyways and the close counters, but what we have are pristine woods. What we have are areas that are highly permeable. where whatever leaches out into our aquifer. So it's a bigger picture that we need to be considering. And I think what I'm hearing up here is people want transparency. They want to understand what they're doing. Nothing personal, but I think the solid waste needs to do a little better communication, because a lot of this could have been explained in the letter. It could have been explained in previous meetings. I think there are resources in the county. You have them here. Maybe one of the things you need to consider is bigger Board of County Commissioner meeting rooms, better parking, because you're going to see these meetings full from now on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Otis, 5566 South LeRae Terrace. And frankly, I hate coming to these meetings because it cuts into my work time and it costs me even more money just to get my point of view across. I don't know why we don't have these meetings at 6 or 7 o'clock at night. It seems like they convenience you folks and the city workers versus the majority of the people that you represent that are out there working right now and trying to pay these taxes. So anyway, I came down here 10 years ago, brought my family and my business because I got away from Taxachusetts, where the Democrats would tax and spend us to the point of driving us out of the community. I don't want to see that here. I like Citrus County. But you know what I see? In the last 6 years, the budget of this county has increased by $76 million. Just in the last 6 years, $76 million. That's you guys spending the money. That's going from 1.5 million to 105 million to 183 million. The population has only increased by 10%. That's 15,000 people. The state estimates that Citrus County, just in the last 6 years, it's averaging $5,000 more per person or $20,000 more per family to live here than it did 6 years ago. The biggest concern people have, their number one concern is affordability, and you folks don't seem to find a way to save us money. Because you know what the state monitors, fiscal monitors, and the CFO says? You people, in the last 6 years, have wasted $39 million of that $76 million. $39 million of wasteful spending. And we've got county commissioners up here that seem to always make up their mind on what they're going to vote for, even though the people are trying to tell them we're struggling. Now, I give Ms. Bays credit. She listened to that citizen that's in distress, and she has a hardship, and you're willing to listen to them. But you got the majority of our working public out there that's struggling to pay their taxes. I pay $131 every 3 months for waste management. Why do I got to pay $35 more? I don't care if it's $8 more.
Comments to me, please.
The fact of the matter is, you guys have to take our tax dollars and spend it wisely, and you're not doing it. You got R's next to your name. You have Republicans, and I don't see Republicans. I see a couple of them up there. The rest of them, I think you're in disguise. Quit wasting our tax dollars.
Thank you for your comments. Let's hold our applause. Be kind to every speaker. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? A couple more.
Mitchell A. Man, Homosassa, Citrus County. Really Chesa whiskey. So my comment that I wanted to make got answered earlier because I was here about the $35. So like Mr. Smart said, I was misled by the letter. I got a letter. I don't think I got an email. But I had to step up and after the last person was up here, I have some of the same feelings he has. I think there's a lot of people sitting out here do. But I also came from a county where I want to give the waste management some attaboys, because in Hillsborough County, if you had to take something there, Lord help you. I mean, it was going to be hard. It was going to be difficult. Here, I had all kinds of paperwork sitting in the front seat of my truck. The first time I took some debris to the landfill, they gave me instructions. They were kind. I paid. but it was a fair price. It was extra. It wasn't my garbage can out by the road. And I thanked them when I left. I've done that 2 or 3 times from storm debris. So I'm bragging on that. Sure, I'm sure there's ways in big government to save money, but I had to, after that last rant, which I agree we all have free speech here, but I wanted to comment and thank them.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name is Ed Torino. I'm from Citrus County. I left tax certificate 8 years ago to get away from all this taxation. They even tax you for juice, the sugar in the juice. I figured this would be a better place. But now a little taxation here, a little taxation there, a little taxation there. I get my trash picked up. I don't take nothing to the dump. I don't feel I should pay for something that I'm not using. That's my point right there. I mean, with my Social Security tax, it doesn't go up. You know, every year it's worth less. So $8 may not be nothing, but to me, $8 is a lot. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker. Hi there.
Hi there, Nick Giordano from Hernando, Florida. She brought it, the lady in the black dress brought it up earlier about like the recycling here. Maybe like, you know, part of like that increase, the $8, maybe it could be like a better push for how the recycling works here in Citrus. I've seen, you know, a lot online about how we don't really know how it's being recycled, if it even is. I've seen a lot of people talking about so it'd be nice to see like a little push, maybe like a public, you know, the proper ways to recycle and all that jazz. You know, I go to the recycling plant at the landfill down on 44. You know, people don't know how to recycle some of these things properly, so I'm sure they're being thrown away, just being tossed into the landfill. So maybe some of this can be, you know, some of that money can be pushed, you know, put towards, you know, a better recycling program here. Maybe accept glass finally and all that. It'd be nice to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comments? Hi there.
Yeah, and I'm Leslie Larman from the St. Pete again, but I have the places in Hernando. And when I come up here, I come up like on a weekend, maybe every 6 or 8 weeks, and I really don't use the landfill or the you know, I have like maybe a kitchen bag full of garbage, and I usually take it home with me and put it in my garbage at home because I don't produce a lot of garbage. But I just think that the little bits that keep adding up, it's because I'm on Social Security too, and it's getting to the point where just all these little increases and little increases is getting to the point where, you know, I can't afford it. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chuck Hurley. I live in Inverness. I've worked in the landfills. I've actually developed the landfill. I'm an equipment operator. And I have to say, this landfill in Citrus County is one of the best run that I have ever seen. I like the double line in the new area. I like the way they take care of their leachate. I like the friendly attitude that they're there. I don't see any plastic flying around. I like the road crew that's going out there. I remember when I first come here, I couldn't tell where the dump was off of 44. That is spectacularly clean. And I want to say that this landfill is run spectacularly good. I don't want to pay any more, for sure, on many items, but on this issue here, it's expensive to operate that landfill at a high-quality level that it is at right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutterly. Congratulations, gentlemen. That was a nice compliment. Anyone else? that would like to speak on the solid waste assessment? Okay, with that, I'll close the public portion. Gentlemen, I will have to say a lot of people said if the letter only said what the increase was, because it turns out to be less than $2 a year. So maybe we could take note of that on, in 4 or 5 years when the next letter goes out, we can say what the increase is. And maybe, I don't know if Madam Attorney, you review these, but every time, like for fire chief, he had $0 increase. I think the letter should start telling people what the increase is, because when we don't, they don't even realize that they're paying it already on their bill. So just a friendly suggestion. So were you writing questions down?
I was. Joshua Yance,
You
Solid
can
Waste.
pull that up. There you go.
Thank you. Joshua Yance, Solid Waste Director. Yeah, I was taking notes. If I miss anything, please feel free to remind me. I'm just going to go through some regular talking points on these and just go ahead and bring everything up in the order that it was kind of presented. So I do want to say that our funding with the MSBU is different than a lot of counties. You move from a lot of different counties. A lot of their funding typically just comes from an MSBU, and maybe their haulers aren't charged to the gates. Our funding was set up differently in '97 with an MSBU and us still taking in gate rates as a tipping fee. And the reason that was done is to give us a consistent revenue stream on the MSBU, because that's something that can be tracked, not necessarily with tonnage or economic growth and things like that. But I do want to go into some of the budgetary items. So a waste energy plant was mentioned. I've always thought it would be great to get to that point. I just don't think we're quite there yet. And the reason for that, we're looking at doing a current expansion, phase 4B, 9-acre expansion coming up in the next 2 to 3 years. And that project's estimated to cost anywhere from $16 to $20 million. If we were looking at a waste-to-energy plant, I believe Sarasota County built one of the most recent ones, and they came in around $180 million. And one of the other factors into that, I mean, that's 8 times, we're struggling to get $8 here and there. We'd be looking at a much larger increase to get that in place. Yes, you do produce electric on the back end. Yes, you reduce your tonnage. We also don't quite produce enough tonnage to run a waste-to-energy plant effectively. We only make about 450 tons a day. Some of the smaller plants right now are running on 1,000 tons a day. Something we can look at in the future, and we are looking at these things, is potentially partnering with nearby counties. That may become an option in the future, but just at this time and date, it's not currently in our scope. Going through recycling, yes, we do currently only have one recycling site at the landfill. It is not ideal if you want to be able to recycle. Not every hauler offers recycling. Our recycling program right now costs about $15,000 a month. And what it is there's a Waste Pro, we contract with Waste Pro. It's taken to a MRF in Ocala, a manufacturer recycling facility in Ocala. And if I'm going into too much details, I apologize. To run that contract, we pay for marketing, processing, and transport. And on that, we receive money on those tonnages. We receive some funding for, cardboard, plastics, things like that. Glass we get charged for. We get charged to ship glass on top of the marketing, processing, and shipping. So that's why glass hasn't been in there. Manning stations, previously the county has done that. They pulled back on that. I believe it was just before my time, roughly 7 years ago. There used to be stations throughout the county. But manning those stations, you would have to put personnel there, pay for those positions, which cost even more funding. And they were finding a lot of waste was put into those, which killed our rates, basically. They were getting mixed with trash. We do have, so if you bring any garbage, any typical garbage to the landfill, you are going to be charged a minimum $6 fee. That fee does exist to be charging for any waste, but free recycling programs, free scrap metal, bulky furniture, as in furniture, carpet, padding, those items are free. To go back on that, we do occasionally have some event cleanup things. I know there's a few things here and there. Adopt a Highway is a free program you can get involved with if you'd like to. Actually, I would love to say, please get involved with Adopt a Highway. Come talk to us, give us a call. You get your name on a sign. Just throwing that out there. Adopt a Shore is also something we take care of. Any illegal dumping, those fees have to be tied into somewhere. It all costs money. These cover our illegal dumping fees as well, and any waste picked up off the side of the roads. Leachate, I believe it was mentioned about leachate, so we'll go a little bit into that. We're under strict FDEP regulations to manage and maintain our landfill. I can say you can, go back and look. We just went through a DP inspection last month. It came back clean. We're good. So, that's something we maintain and monitor. That's just standard regulation under our permit. What am I missing, Commissioner? I'm sorry.
I mean, you nailed it, I think. Okay. Board, do you have any questions?
I do.
Commissioner Bays, then Commissioner Davis.
Of course.
Hi, thank you. In here, it says there's 77,700 residential units at $35 per unit. So that would be an estimated revenue of $2,885,015. But in the backup, it refers to $2,719,500. So that's $165,000 less, which
I could discuss.
I think there's just a calculation wrong in your backup here.
Understood. I'll work with OMB on that. We get that fixed in the budget book. I believe that's what you're referring to.
Okay. And then my other question is, what is the fund balance in the enterprise fund?
So the enterprise fund balance is a moving target. I can tell you as of currently we have about 4 fund balances. One is for the landfill, and currently as of I want to say 11 a.m. this morning, there was approximately $7.4 million in there that was not tied up to anything. That money needs to eventually go towards, it's not just for running our operations, also goes for expansions and things like that, future projects. We also have a closure fund that has to be maintained per FDP, per our permit. We have to set aside a certain amount of revenue, funding for the landfill to maintain it after its closure for 30 years. That amount that's required right now is about 28 million. And I am roughballing that, but it's 28. And currently in that account, that fund balance account, we have 19.2 million. I checked that one this morning as well. Our fleet management account, we have a fleet account, has about $800,000 in it. And that gets spent not just on our vehicles, but our large vehicle purchases as well. And then we also have the CIP funding, which I do not have that number on me, but I can get that to you if you would like.
So my question is, when I look at our revenue in the landfill, it's solid waste fees, residential MSBU, the commercial solid waste, and yard waste fees. So it looks like we have total revenues of about 15 million.
That sounds close to accurate, yes.
So then if I go over to the landfill, our expenses are about 12,600,000-700,000.
That's more than likely accurate, yes. And then the remaining revenue would be set aside for future projects as well.
And then we talked about the litter program.
Okay.
So it's saying in here that the expenses for the litter program are $863,000.
That sounds fairly accurate. We have 13 positions, 3 trucks, 3 trailers, 6 Kubotas. It does sound fairly accurate, yes.
And what I'm confused about is recycling, because in here it tells me recycling is $869,000 in expenses, but I don't see any revenue.
Correct. It's a net loss program. We do bring in, so under the revenue accounts, I would have to double check. I believe there is a scrap metal account. There is not a specific recycling account that is a portion to, I guess is the term. Solid waste fees basically makes up everything we'd take in at the gates. Commercial fees take anything we'd take in from commercial haulers. We have a yard waste fees category, a tire waste fees, and I'm sorry, I don't have the paper in front of me to have the name of the account that the recycling revenue goes into, but it's a small portion.
I guess, I mean, we're almost...
It may be under the scrap metal, and I believe it's materials revenue account. I think it says materials in there as well.
Explain to me, we're almost $3 million and $8 worth of revenue. Where is that going to go?
It will likely go in towards future landfill expansions or the citizen service area. We're currently looking into a potential Phase 4B project, which is going to cost approximately $20 million, and we're in the design, current conceptuals for our new citizen service area, and we're getting ready to go into permitting and building of that, which could be anywhere from $5 to $10 million. And as of this moment, we don't have that funding for those projects. Go ahead.
Yeah, one other thing I want to mention is, the equipment to run the solid waste facility has to be renewed or replaced often, so that's another expense. And then in addition, one other item I wanted to bring up was the closure of the landfill. Even when the landfill is completely done, we can't put any more trash in there. We're required to maintain that facility for 30 years after it's closed. So we have a separate account that money goes into every year for that closure account.
Commissioner Bass? Can I move to
I yield
Commissioner Davis?
I yield the floor.
Commissioner Davis.
You covered everything, just about what I had with Commissioner Bays. I would just say to Dr. Kubitschek, it is transparent. Our budget is posted online, and you can go through every single line item. And if people are not familiar with the term enterprise fund are things like our permitting department and waste management, whereby we can only take in what it costs to run it, no more and no less. What you're hearing about when we have those fund balances is because we don't want to hit you all at once with whatever it's going to cost with the land swap, because I don't think DEP is cutting us a deal on that. So we don't hit you all at once with a huge increase. Instead, we put the money aside to do the land swap, to have the expansion for the landfill and opening the new cell and all of those good things. It's proper fiscal management. Our CFO, when we were blazed, that 39 million number was thoroughly and repeatedly debunked. He just took a basic population gain over budget gain. He did not look even as far as to see that we took on EMS, which was how many positions again? Maricel, 91, something like that. So we took on EMS from a nonprofit because their show up in a timely manner rate was not so good. And also, Mr. Smart, is Mr. Smart still in the room? Mr. Smart is actually Mr. Brilliant, because it is third world roads in Citrus Springs. For many years, this board put little to no money into road resurfacing, and in that 7 years, we massively increased road resurfacing dollars. So no, we did not waste $39 million. We actually listened to the public and started repaving roads. And I think that's about it. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrick?
I just have a couple of things. The gentleman stated that we spend about 15,000 a month for recycling. That's 180,000 a year. That's not peanuts. Okay? If you pay the $6 per week to take your garbage and dump it yourself, and you go there 52 times, okay, that comes to $312. You add the $35, it's a yearly fee, not once a year, it's once a year you pay that $35. You're up to $347. If you divide that by 4, because there's usually 4 weeks to a month, it costs you approximately $78 a month if you have garbage pickup from a garbage hauler. I have a garbage hauler, and mine is 81, and I get it once a week. So we're charging 78, the garbage hauler's 81. Take your choice what you want to do. Spend your gas or hire somebody. We are not overcharging anyone in this county when it comes to garbage. We have got to provide that service, because if we don't provide it in our county, our haulers are going to take it to another county. And guess what? It's going to cost more, because they're going to charge you. Because every time the gas went up, if you remember, your garbage price went up. And it never came down, did it? And if they've got to take it to another county, it's going to go up even more. And if you've got to take it to another county because we don't have a dump site for you to take it in the county, it's going to cost you personally more. So when I see this, I don't like it, because I don't like to spend money. But I was here when we did do this the study, and it was explained, so much, then so much, We waited 4 years at $2 a year. We haven't increased it in 4 years. That's only $2 a year it's increased. It's not a significant amount. It's 2 gallons of gas per year. Think of it that way. It's 2 gallons of milk a year. Think of it that way. So I want to make a motion that we accept H7B.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. And I will just say to Commissioner Barrick's point, well said. I just wanted to say people have even asked in emails, I'm always trying to drill down the general fund and reduce taxes. But to spend less than $2 a year for this, and I don't like any tax increases, but it will save you in the long run, and we have to expand. If we don't expand, it will end up costing taxpayers more money, and that's what we don't want to happen. So I'll be voting in favor. Anyone else? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you for answering all their questions.
Thank you.
We are at general open to the public. So if you do not have a green card on file, you would need to fill one out with your name and information. You will have 3 minutes at the podium. Unless you have a letter on file, you need to state that you have a letter on file. I will check that with the clerk. The clerk's word is gold. If she says you do, you get 5 minutes. If you don't, you get 3. Please, everyone, be respectful. I'll ask for no clapping, no jeering, no other responses. We will give the speaker our full attention. And your cards should be numbered. So if you don't want to stand on the wall, I will be calling them in number order. Are you number 1?
Commissioner Diana, we've gone through this many times.
You're number 1.
I told you that I'm not number 1. My wife will tell you I'm not number 1, but I am first.
I'm so glad you're here with a smile.
Well, I tell you what, it's very hard to get up and totally change the subject after all of the discussion. It's like, can I just go first at the very beginning of the meeting and then be over
I'm
with?
still going to need you to say your name and where you're from.
Oh, yeah, I'm Skata Bob, Floral City.
Thank you.
It's hard to make a transition like this, but this is something that I want to talk about. It's extremely important. I want to talk about liquid gold. Liquid gold is our water. It exists in our aquifer. 99% of the water we drink and use comes from the Floridian aquifer. And its source is only from rainwater. It doesn't come from Georgia. There's a barrier there. It only comes from rainwater. So we have to protect it because the meteorology and what's happening in the long term is totally unpredictable, especially with the droughts that we've experienced this summer. It's very critical. I'm going to use this as an example, but first I want to thank all of the commissioners and Diana for you writing a letter regarding your concerns about the heart of Florida. The heart of Florida is a deep well injection. They're almost finished doing the exploratory well. They're approaching 3,000 feet. The next step is to do some pressure testing. If everything goes well, it's going to continue to move forward. So it's extremely important that we protect our aquifer. But there's something very interesting, and I've given you this page here, and it has a photograph or a depiction of the aquifer. What's very interesting about the heart of Florida, it is the absolute very first deep well injection in the entire state that is located through and underneath the Floridian aquifer. The very first one. And it's these deep well injections fail. They fail. And once it fails and it contaminates our drinking water and future drinking water sources, it cannot be remedied. It's over. It's poisoned. It's contaminated. So this is just one of the examples, but a lot of other issues concerning our aquifer exist. And I think it's very important for the county commissioners to be informed on a regular basis, maybe it's quarterly, about what's happening in the aquifer in detail. And I think it's also important for the general public to know that. Now, there are agencies and they give their reports, but I would like to propose that a committee or a commission somehow be formed and give reports on the health of the aquifer and any issues on a regular basis. And that's my request here, is to consider forming some type of a group to make a proposal.
Thank you for your
to
comments.
report to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Number 2.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chuck Hudley from Inverness. I like the amendment that you're going to bring up for retention pond. Should not be included in the surface area. If that keeps adding up, it's another tree and another home built. It's not necessary that becomes considered an open space. Retention ponds should be as a retention pond, and open space should be an open space. It's just another way to increase developer density. And that's a golden rule. Another house to be built in the development just increases another tree cut down and another water situation, causing more and more problems with the development going on in this county. So thank you for bringing that up. And voting records do matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Number 3.
Hello, Tracy Duncan again of Lecanto. I just wanted to add a comment. I apologize, I forgot to mention earlier. It's in regards to our waste management. They were talking about some expenses, like where they have 4 crews that go out and do road pickup. I was wondering, have they ever considered about making some kind of deal with the prisoners, the jail? Down home, that's who used to do our roadside pickups, where it was the county jails. So just wanted to mention that. Also, too, maybe contacting our Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts about that sort of thing as well. So that's not a major expense, I'm sure, to have 4 crews doing so, but it might save a little something where it could go towards something else. They mentioned about not doing glass because there's a cost in doing it or so. I know when I spoke with an individual in Tampa who actually is a recycling plant, they do not charge for accepting glass. That you only have to pay for the transfer. So I'm not sure where that came from, because all the people I spoke to as far as glass, there is glass factories out there that do accept it. You just have to pay for the transfer for it to get there. Glass is also 100% recyclable, and there's no waste. There's no waste from glass compared to other things that are recycled. The other thing too is if we can't afford the transport to Tampa for glass or something, how about speaking to some of our developers about, making a glass plant here somewhere that's feasible? There's no waste, so I don't see where it's going to be harmful to our environment. I'm not sure about noise impact or anything on that. That's something we'd have to look into. But instead of our developers just solely wanting to build homes, why not maybe look into the possibility of building a recycling plant? I'm wondering if anybody could mention that. But that was what I wanted to mention on that part. And 2, I've not heard anything on our county ordinance as far as the no data center. I don't know if I've missed something, because I have missed a meeting or 2, but would like to hear, where that's at, if the public has any more input on it, and how is our county ordinance going against. I'd like to see a permanent no data. Other counties have done it. I don't think there's much legal matters that would hold it up, but would like to hear more on that. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your ideas. Number 4? Our next speaker?
My name is Rowena Kinchley, and I live in Inverness. I read a lot of science fiction. What I see in this county is an alternate universe scenario. Group R knows what we have and wants to preserve it. Group D wants to profit what we have by destroying it. Group G, that's you guys, is worried about rising cost of government services and uncertain taxation base. Group D dangles the prospect of jobs and affordable housing in front of Group G. Group R, that's us, begins to distrust Group G. I suspect there are two groups who want to preserve what we have, Group R and Group G. This is how I know we are talking alternate universes. In my universe, people do not consider $400,000 homes with average $500 to $700 homeowner fees per month to be affordable. Curious, I went looking to see what the reality was. It was interesting. Based on the U.S. Census Department estimates, average income here is $56,546, but 13.5% live in poverty. The median home value was $245,500. Then I went to Realtor.com. Their helpful guide showed there are 5,000 homes for sale in Citrus County, 336 homes for rent, with a median rent of $1,800. We definitely have a housing crisis, just not the one that's being presented to us. I used to tell my ex-boyfriend I asked so many questions because I needed to know what we were doing and where we were going. If I told him once, I told him 1,000 times. If we're going to cross the ocean, we need to be building a boat or a plane. And what I heard was he was building a train. I suggest we need a paradigm shift. I respectfully suggest we are asking some of the wrong questions, trying to solve the wrong problems. I suggest it is possible the BOCC can find ways to solve their problems if they work with the community instead of the developers. What if we ask, how can we solve our problems instead of how can we bring more money into the county? What if we defined affordable housing that everybody keeps promising? What if we set a moratorium, did some research, then sat down and talked to each other instead of at each other? What if we made everything public? What do we have to lose? After all, there's never going to be a shortage of people wanting to make a buck and leave town. Thank you very much. And thank you, Commissioner Barrett, for responding to my email.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Alan Otis, Infinis, 5566 South Luray. This will be my last time, thank you. I came here because the affordability is the question I have, and hoping that my county commissioners that are supposed to be conservative really look into the budget and determine where the money is being spent. I did state earlier that in the last 6 years, the budget of this county has gone up 73%. Now, I do know we're growing. I came here 10 years ago. I've seen it grow. I build houses. I've watched these houses go up like crazy and sell like crazy, although that's not happening right now. But we're still being assessed on some of them high values, by the way. The fact is, we started this meeting, we talked about a report on the water. I'm sure we spent money on that report, did we not? The thing is the accountability of our money. We had a speaker here talking about health care for the employees of the town. Most of us don't have health care that we have any type of subsidies from our employers, but the fact is, it didn't seem like any of you county commissioners knew exactly whether we were saving money with this clinic or this program or not. I just see a lot more questions about how our money is being spent than answers. That's a concern. When I came here and started building houses in 2018, there was zero impact fee, zero. You just raised it again and again. The impact fee to build a house is $13,000. Now, how is that affordable? Because if I've got to build a house and you're charging me $13,000 when it used to be zero, well, those people that are buying that house are going to pay for that. That's not affordability. And these houses by the thousands right now are sitting on the market going down and down in price. Is that how we make it affordable? These people are going out of business. These builders are taking their profit and buying down the rates or trying to pay their expenses in ways that are not profitable. I'm asking you as county commissioners, as Republicans, and people that I had left in Massachusetts to just be accountable with our money. A 73% increase in our budget needs to be overseen a little bit more wisely. That's just what I'm asking. I love it here. I probably will never move. I went to Rhode Island a couple of months ago and said, get me back to Florida. I didn't bring my politics here, but I don't want to bring the expenses that we had up there here. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Hi, Karen Baldwin, Hernando. And once again, there's talk about limiting or even destroying the nature of the Nature Coast. If the amendment presented by Commissioner Finnegan is not approved, you open the door to more intensive development, which your constituents have all been complaining about for some time. Keeping the PUD in place relies on the environmental leanings of whatever BOC is in effect at that point, which allows them to either deny or approve of any changes. The PDC recently denied an application by the Pulte Group, partly because of the loss of green space and their proposed development. What I'm asking you today is to please do not vote to minimize our green spaces. I'm asking that you approve the request to remove the PUD and return the LDC to its original wording. After all, we are the Nature Coast. Let's plan on keeping it that way for now and for the future. Short one today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Hi, my name is Sandy Slowey. I'm from Hernando. This is in continuation with Ms. Finnegan's proposal. We need to preserve the true green space, not confuse it with drainage retention areas and buffer zones. Retention ponds are designed to manage stormwater, and buffer zones serve as separation between developments. While both have important purposes, they are not the same as protected green space that provides wildlife habitat, recreational opportunities, and the open landscapes that define our communities. Our county also does not need more overcrowding housing developments. Growth should be thoughtful and balanced with an emphasis on preserving the natural beauty, open spaces, and quality of life that make this area such a special place to live. As we make decisions about the future, let's prioritize protecting our green spaces, ensure responsible growth, and preserve the character of our community for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker?
Nick Giordano, Hernando, Florida. This is about the comprehensive plan amendment for the open spaces that Diana Finnegan proposed. So I'm just going to read this, what I have. Drainage retention areas and buffer zones serve necessary engineering and environmental purposes designed to manage stormwater, reduce flooding, and protect surrounding properties. They are not meant to be used to function as parks and other recreation areas. During heavy rains, they may be filled with water, making them unsafe for those purposes. By allowing these areas to be included as open space, it reduces the amount of true recreational space that can be enjoyed by residents of the area. We expect open spaces to include usable parks, walking trails, playgrounds, or just other natural areas. Where was I? While as a kid, they may be fun to roll down, they aren't really adequate, for a community. Allowing exceptions to the PUD for certain developments, the county is providing incentives for developers to meet these open space requirements on paper, while at the same time providing less open space and recreation areas for the residents. And receiving less than what the comprehensive plan originally intended for. Removing this line would ensure that required open space is usable by residents, preserve the original intent of the comprehensive plan, promote transparency by ensuring open space requirements mean the same across all developments, and it would help maintain the rural and natural character of Citrus County, aka the Nature Coast. Removing these exceptions creates a level playing field for all developments, so they're held to the same expectation. The issue isn't anti-development. That's not what I'm here about. It's more about honest development. If a developer is required to provide open space, then that space should actually be usable for, for whatever you want to use it for. As the county continues to grow, protecting meaningful green spaces becomes more important than ever right now. Once these developments are built, there's no going back. It's better to require adequate, usable open space from the start than to regret inadequate planning and unable to do anything about it. I respectfully ask you guys to remove this line for the sake of the county. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
My name is Jennifer Helly Grogan. I'm from Inverness. I'm not here to talk about money. I'm here to talk about a matter of the heart. Yesterday, I was lured from my home and asked to come to the police station. I don't usually fall for scams, but these two were very articulate and spoke with authority. They then said they were just luring me out of my home to kill me. I reported this incident. I'm saying this to say this. What they meant for evil, God meant for good. It made me think about assassination because I was told to go to Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. It makes me think of the most recent assassination, Charlie Kirk. Many say he's too political. I'm asking for the board to rename maybe LeCanto Highway or one of our highways in honor of Charlie Kirk. His life and death for his beliefs and our First Amendment rights. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker. Last chance. Closing, open to the public. Board, do you have any comments? No? Ms. Duncan had a question about the data centers still under the moratorium. Staff still working with language, and residents have been speaking to probably all of us as well as their experts. And thank you for those supporting my agenda item. We'll talk about that later. That's exactly why these aren't even the people that have brought it up, but everywhere I go in the community, they keep bringing it up, and we'll talk about that later. Okay. Ready?
Madam Chair, motion to approve item E1, A through H.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E2.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E3.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Bays.
I see where there's a letter of credit on file for $191,800, and since we've been down this road before with road deficiencies, if the developer defaults, does that cover, is that sufficient to cover the work?
Those watching at home, we're waiting for Public Works Director Carlton Hall, who's making his way to the microphone.
Chair, Commissioners, Carlton Hall, Public Works. Usually that number is put together to cover insufficiencies, but it's always a guess or a based on certain items. Of course, we have the ability not to accept the roads as well. So as we work through with the developer or whoever it is put the construction of those roads together, we try to meet in the middle, and we try to allow them to do the repairs themselves, and then if they meet county standards, we accept the roads.
Well, unfortunately, this fell on to the agenda prior to us not accepting roads anymore. So this will be roads that we will have to maintain in the future. So that will be a cost of maintenance.
It could be if we accept the roads.
Well, the intent is to accept the roads once they're completed.
If they meet county standards and the roads meet our inspection, then yes.
Do we have an option not to accept them?
Absolutely, if they don't meet county standards.
Well, I'm saying if they meet county standards, do we have an option not to accept them?
No.
That's the reason why I think it's important that we make sure that they're absolutely exactly like they should be.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Barrick.
Mr. Hall, the roads that were put in by the Habitat for Humanity, they meet the newer standards, correct? They're
They do.
not the standards of Citrus Springs in the past.
Correct, they're not
So-
soil cement roads.
That's correct. So when we approved to accept them prior, because it was done prior, now that they're done, they have met the standards.
Correct, but in the process of that 3-year maintenance agreement, we do inspections. So if we find something not to meet county standards during that inspection, we bring it to their attention and they're allowed the time to repair.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Commissioner Davis? No? Your light's on? Nothing?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E4?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Is Miss Veronica Kamschroer. Hello.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. I just have some brief updates for you today. Some of these may have been covered last week. There were a few that fell in between, so I'm just going to go down the list, and if you've heard it before, then I'll be reminding those at home. The core civic staffing for June was 94.62%, up from 93.88 in May. The Crystal River Connector Trail pre-construction, staff is currently reviewing an appraisal for the boardwalk piece of that project, and we will be bringing that forward for a decision point shortly. We have the Fort Island Trail Park Boat Ramp Expansion Feasibility Study. That is currently pending staff analysis. We've had meetings with some key stakeholders, gotten some input, and we will be making the final adjustments to receive that final report from Kimley Horn. The Homosassa Sports Complex Feasibility Study is a very similar situation. We have what is almost a final product, and we're just making some final adjustments before we bring it forward to the board. The inshore reef placement pre-construction, the design services bids are due by and opened on August 4th, and the public tally will be scheduled for September 6th. So I'm thinking I might have a typo there. I'm thinking it might be August 6th. So completing that public opening and the tally of scores will be the next step, and then we will bring that design contract forward to you. Pavement management program is on track. We are just keeping moving. I'm not doing the miles this year because some of the treatments are not specifically point A to point B mile, but I have seen some very interesting things happening out on the roads. So we are on schedule to achieve the completion date by 9/8, and that is our current contract deadline. So before the next fiscal year begins, we should have everything down. Oh, I'm sorry, I had skipped down. So the end of the fiscal year for pavement management for Apopka, the contract deadline is 9/8. Apopka has been completely resurfaced. We're just pending grading and pavement markings, and you should be able to drive down that smooth road now. CR 39 with Lakuchi Trail, that is the state that is operating that project. They have begun milling and paving operations as of July 21st, and they're looking at completing construction no later than the end of October for that one. Gospel Island, the executed agreement has been sent to the Department of Transportation. As soon as we receive authorization from the state, then we will be able to advertise the solicitation for that one and get started as soon as the fiscal year begins and the money's available. Mustang, the construction agreement will be coming before you on August 11th. And last but not least, we have the Port Citrus Master Development Plan. Conceptual map has been shared with DEP for the alternative boat ramp location, and those land swap discussions are ongoing, but we are making progress. Any questions?
Yeah.
Commissioner Barrick.
You have SCOP. Okay, SCOP money comes in, and I know Apopka was first on the list. The year that Apopka money was approved was what, 25, 26, or was it 24, 25?
I would need to defer to Mr. Hall on that question.
Okay, so let's go to the next one. We got Whistle Lakuchi Trail. Okay, that's the C-39. What year was that one for? Gospel Island, what year was that one for? And Mustang, because we don't get a whole lot of SCOP money anymore. And all of a sudden, I'm seeing 4 of them. And they all say, on track, on track, on track, on track. Are we using road resurfacing money on these SCOP things just to get SCOP things on there?
No, we're not. Kind of go backwards on that a little bit. Apopka was scheduled for this year, so we got to remember that the state's budget is different than the county's budget. So the state releases their funding July 1st, and the county releases their October. So Apopka was scheduled for this year that we currently are in.
So that was 25, 26.
Correct. So was
Okay.
Mustang.
All right, so then,
C-39 was money that kind of came to us, not really to us, because the state just approached us and said, we have extra funding and we want to move forward with some more SCOP work. And the state is running that 100% complete. So they're doing that additional
we're not
work.
putting any SCOP money in there?
Correct.
from
They're
our
taking care of
transportation?
C-39 in that extension of C-39.
Okay.
And then the next would be with Coochie Trail, and that's scheduled for next year. We did receive something from the state yesterday, actually, asking us to go ahead and move forward with the bid process and get that approved by them once we get those documents together and get the bids back. So hopefully it'll be a lot more on top of our SCOP for next year as of October 1, as soon as our money is released.
The Gospel Island is what year?
Next year,
That is 26, 27.
correct.
So that will be out of transportation money.
Correct, and it's all
Okay.
put into the CIP fund, so we save for all of this over a period of years. It's all built into the CIP
And Mustang
process.
is the same, 26,
Correct.
27?
No, Mustang is this year.
Oh, Mustang is 25, 26.
The bids just came in and it's being ready to be awarded.
Thank you very much, because I mean, it gets sort of confusing. I know how it works, but I also know the balance has to come out of transportation, and that's where the road resurfacing is, transportation. And it's nice that we're getting connector-collector roads done, because they are needed, okay? Have we done anything about the resurfacing sections of 491 by 486 where it needs to be potholes fixed?
Yeah, we're looking into that.
486, as we're going this direction on 486 from Forest Ridge down to Pine Ridge?
Yes, yeah,
'Cause
we're
there's a
looking
bunch
into.
of those too.
Right, at 491, at 486, we're kind of looking at some of the areas where the surfaces are separating, and we're looking at that for next year, possibly get that into the works.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, Carl, while you're here, this has come up several times on Gospel Island because of the couple of deaths that we've had in those curves. While they're doing that, is there a way that we can look to see if we can have maybe a flashing light or something that we can put on those curves where those accidents have occurred?
Absolutely. Yeah, we can
I
look
think
at.
now's the time to do it if
Sure.
we're going to look at it.
Absolutely, we'll look into that.
I know just for public, a lot has been talked about having sidewalks or something off to the side of the road, and there's not enough right of way. It's cost prohibitive, but what I have told folks that have asked is that we can look at putting some maybe lighted signage out there that flashes.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you for the presentation.
Absolutely, and
update.
just to clarify, we will be pulling all those SCOPs as they are finished on, and so what you should see on there by the beginning of the fiscal year is just the upcoming fiscal year SCOP projects.
Thank you. Okay, next, anything from County Administrator?
We have nothing.
Okay. Advisory Board nomination and appointment. Reese?
Yes, this is I-1, Beverly Hills Advisory Council, announce a membership vacancy, announce the term of the membership available, and accept applications for one regular membership of the Beverly Hills Advisory Council. The term for the regular member position will be through January 31st, 2028.
Thank you. Commissioner Bays?
Hi, yes, I think we're all very much aware of transportation concurrency. It's been talked about since, I think, 23, when we asked for the legislature to, our delegation to put it on as an item for them in Tallahassee. And last year it came back and they said they thought there was a way that we could accomplish this through the local District 7 FDOT. So I've brought this back forward. I know that I had asked for a meeting. I think Chair Finnegan had asked for a meeting, and they deferred to her as the chair back in January or February this year to give us a path forward to get this accomplished. And I'm hearing some differing opinions about this, but right now we have everything that we need to move forward to get this in our comp plan, and that's what I'm asking today, is for the board to vote to move forward with a standalone comp plan amendment to reestablish the transportation concurrency. The Hernando MPO has completed the accepted county roadway level of service analysis, which is what I've been told was waiting on. That was completed and voted on by the board June 4th. And I have spoke with our state representative. He's a little frustrated that we haven't moved any quicker on this, because he felt like if it had been voted on and approved at the state legislature, it would have become law July 1, and we would have moved forward with it. So in conversation, I'm asking for us today to go ahead and move this forward so that as the earliest date that we can publish in the newspaper for the PDC, it can be heard, come back to the BOCC, and then we can transmit it off to the state for their review period, and then come back for the adoption hearing. We have a lot of development that's coming our way, and I think every day that we delay this is to our detriment. So I'm asking for a vote today to get this on to the PDC board, the first hearing possible, so that we can have this heard.
Are you asking for a motion? Are you making a motion?
I made the motion.
Madam
To provide
Chair?
staff with direction to determine the level of service on, well, not that, but that we move this forward.
I don't hear a second.
I got a question first.
Yes, sir.
My question is that, I see the agenda item, but I don't know what the verbiage is that's we're asking the PDC to look at. And I have heard that there is a possible addendum that we could make as a placeholder until our comp plan refresh is complete. But I don't know what that placeholder looks like. I don't know what we're asking the PDC to review. I like where you're going with it, but I'm just not sure what the verbiage is.
Well, that's what they would have to use as level of service to take it to the PDC. I'm not familiar with how that works. I've sent emails back and forth. I'm not really sure what that is, but if we're going to make a comp plan amendment, it's my understanding the first time this would come back to us or to the PDC would be probably October, and then it would have to come back to the board and then be transmitted to the state. So the earliest adoption that it would have would be probably April of next year. And speaking with Representative Grow, he's indicated to me that they're very much aware of it, they're on board with it, and they're looking for us to get it to them so that we can get this into our comp plan and get it adopted.
Again, I want to support it, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what that verbiage looks like. I've heard that it's a couple sentences that can be added to your current comp plan, but I haven't seen what that says. You know, would it make more sense to for the board to direct staff to reach out to DOT and come back with, here's a half sheet, 3 or 4 sentences, whatever it is, adopt this into your comp plan, and then we know what that verbiage is, and we can send it through the PDC, get it going through the process as quickly as possible.
Here's, I'm going to jump in here, excuse me, board, for 1 second, because I met with Senator Masulo. So obviously I've been tracking this. We, Eric, myself, Steve Howard, there was a whole team of people in there on the Zoom meeting with FDOT. So not that I don't agree with you asking the question, it's why we should be voting on it today, because probably 2 months ago-ish, I'm looking at Erica, whenever, it doesn't matter, ask the same questions. Can we pull this out separately? Why is this moving slowly? And we had to wait on that MPO study that needed to be given to staff to work on this the right way. And I asked the same question, well, can we move this ahead faster? Well, what you're saying is it'll come to the PDC in October. That's when they're expecting to have the comp plan in its entirety. So to play that out, to your point, what's the language? Well, they just got this information. So they're working on that language. Staff literally, we don't have to direct them to do this. They're doing it right now. And it would be quite confusing, I think, and a bad look for us to having it weeks or maybe a month apart, try to send this up and then chase it with our full comp plan. It's all going to the PDC, in my understanding, the entire thing in that October range, possibly November, but we were talking about October. So that is why, after speaking to staff and tracking it, I never brought it up, because I realized we are on track the best way that we should be doing this, and according to all the instructions that was handed to me months ago.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I think that there are 2 different issues that can run parallel. One that I think that Commissioner Bays is talking about, again, is I don't want to call it a stopgap measure, but a placeholder in our current comp plan. The other one is, yes, I agree. We don't want to pull anything out of what Inspire's working on, allow that to go through the process. And it looks like ultimately probably next summer is when that ends up getting adopted. But this is something that I heard up in Tallahassee, and there have been some different conversations since then. Heard in Tallahassee back in January at the legislative days, and then I've heard it several times since, that there are things you can put into your current comp plan that would help you get to a sort of a transportation concurrency that would help you get these developers, or make these developers pay for the necessary changes. Now, one of the things, and it was never told to me that it was a requirement, was this traffic count study that was done. I asked for that report when I sat on the MPO, because I saw that Hernando County had one. I thought, what a cool report. How come we don't have one? And the director, Mr. Esposito, says, well, Citrus County doesn't have concurrency. There's no reason for the MPO. And I said, no, I want to see this same study, regardless if we have concurrency or not. I want to see this same study on Citrus County roads. And the board concurred and directed staff to move forward with getting that study. So that study was done just out of my request, and ultimately the board agreeing to it. It was never put forward that you have to have this study before you can go down this road. I'll go back to, I've heard at least a handful of times, there's some things that a couple things that you can put into your comp plan to get you where you want to be. And so I think that we can do that on one track, and on the other track, I think that we can continue to move forward with our comp plan refresh. I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
These are all questions that I asked, and I'm just following our own, experts' advice. Speaking off the cuff, Madam Attorney, I know you love it when we do that. Not sure, but if we're so concerned about somebody sneaking in under the wire, and we're obviously, even if we did this today, it's got to go through all of these steps and then through the state. What is that stopgap? And is that, looks like some moratorium on large development until the comp plan's amended? I don't know. Is that allowed, or is there something that we could do today to make sure that everyone falls under this before it's transmitted to the state and accepted?
So any moratorium that you would enter would not apply to anything that's already in the works?
Well, neither would the concurrency, correct?
Correct. So I don't know how that helps you, because
where no one else is applying that maybe would trigger concurrency getting in before we have that concurrency set.
I'm going to have to ask Eric to help, because I have not been in conversations with Inspire about incorporating the language. I think it would be difficult at this point to incorporate language into the old comp plan that you intend to completely redo. So if you're talking about starting a process of amending the language in the existing comp plan, and then a month later you're bringing forward the brand new comp plan, it wouldn't line up.
That was my concern, and when speaking with staff, we're going to transmit this to the state, and before they even have it back, we've got something else at the state.
I don't know if Eric has talked to Inspire about that, or how they could do that.
Hello. Eric, could you turn on your mic? There you go.
Sure. Maybe I need some clarity on what the question is.
So we had talked about this at length 2 months ago, or a month ago, however long it was, and then now, about the difficulty with trying to, staff's working on this because you just got the information, so you're putting into whatever you need to put it into.
Correct.
And then if that gets done, it's going to be about the same time you're ready to bring the comp plan. So we're going to take one thing to the state and then chase it with the comp plan. And it seemed like there were some concerns about doing it that way at the state level.
I spoke with the consultant Inspire about it. Their preference is to take it all as a single document because it's one document. And it speaks to each other, the different chapters. So that's their preference. If the board wants to go a different direction, they told me that they could make it work, but their preference is to do it all at once.
And then
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Can I
Or
finish
make
my
a
question?
statement?
Can I just finish my question real quick?
Just, as it
Guess
relates
not.
to just to that statement.
Okay.
I don't think we're talking about having a portion of the refresh comp plan go up separately from another portion of the refresh comp plan. We're still talking about that Inspire document going up as a whole. I think what she's talking about, and it rings a bell, again, I've heard this a number of times, adding a piece to our existing comp plan. This doesn't affect the Inspire product.
I don't know what that is.
Commissioner Bays, let me throw this out there. Would you be opposed to tabling this until the next meeting and asking staff to reach out to DOT and say, what's that language that you think we can add to our existing comp plan? Or is there language?
According to our state representative, I think there is language, and that's, in my conversations, that's why I brought this forward.
I'm on board. I
And
just wanna
all
see what
of
the
our
language is.
conversations, that's exactly, you're waiting, that's fine, they're getting that language, this is all happening. This agenda item is not making it happen, it's just happening. And it all is coming out at the same time. I mean, they might be a couple weeks apart, but not where it's moving the needle on anything, it's all happening together.
I think we're a year from formally adopting our Inspire comp plan.
You're saying April. I was told by the turn, like January.
Their goal, I spoke with them on Friday, their goal is to have it start the public hearing process the final quarter of this year, November-ish, and then have it adopted first quarter of next year, which would be February, March-ish. Yeah.
Okay. It's well ahead of what I thought it would be. Not complaining.
Well, that's moved up because it was April when we talked.
I think I'll leave it there.
Madam
So
Chair?
the other question that I was trying to, I'm sorry, I just
No,
want
go
to
ahead.
finish my thought, was for a stopgap measure, is there any tools in our toolbox to make sure that no new development is coming in quickly before this is implemented? Like, I hate to use the word moratorium because it makes people nervous, but something that we can do to stop, so nobody else can come in without this being triggered. Do we have any tools in our toolbox?
I think that's your tool as a moratorium, but you'd have to spell out a moratorium on what exactly, because we wouldn't want a moratorium on all development because that would imply, a single-family house or a pool.
Sure.
So we would have to spell out the boundaries of what that would be and then set a date so that anything that's already in-house would have to proceed and anything after that date would not be allowed to proceed.
Well, maybe this coming week, you and Madam Attorney and myself can have a very uncomfortable conversation.
We have those.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Davis.
If we were to do this stopgap measure, how fast could it be transmitted to the state and adopted?
I've heard that there's language, but I don't know I haven't seen it. I don't know what that is. But the process to amend the comp plan is the same. It goes PDC, BOCC, transmitted to the state, and then back to the BOCC for adoption.
So February, March for the full comp plan, how much are we shaving off with this?
If we started today, if I had the language in hand, maybe 30 days.
Okay.
But you don't have the language.
But I don't know what that language is.
And it still needs to get scheduled for PDC and all of that. So what's the scheduling timeline on that and us? And when could the state approve it or accept it or whatever?
I believe they have 90 days to review. I don't know that they would use their full 90 days. So, if I had it today, I could schedule it for PDC September, BOCC October, November, December, January for state review potentially, and then back before.
So we're shaving off 4 months, 5 months?
I'd say more like 1 or 2 months.
Okay.
But I don't know.
I just have concerns. It feels to me like the whole package needs to go up as one package, to Commissioner Finnegan's points.
I'm only aware of 2 paths. One, legislative path that we've pursued the last 2 years, and then 2, what Secretary Hall gave us on doing a rewrite of the transportation portion of the comp plan, following a county that's done a similar process successfully. I'm not aware of a third path or a temporary path. I'm just aware of those 2.
No, I think they're talking about the moratorium.
Oh, okay.
That's the stopgap
Oh,
measure.
okay. If we're talking.
No, I was talking about the comp plan
Oh, I
amendment.
apologize.
So,
I'm going to go ahead and second her motion because I do believe there's language out there. This isn't the first time I've heard it. I've said it repeatedly now. I want to hear it. I've heard from our representative. I've heard in the past from DOT up in Tallahassee. I've heard these conversations. I just want to see what the language is. So I'll second it and let's get it moving.
Chair?
Yes.
Can I get clarification of that motion?
Yeah, me too.
Okay, would you like me to read what I heard? And
Okay.
she can tell me if, okay. To forward with initiating a standalone comprehensive plan amendment to reestablish transportation concurrency by placing it onto the next Planning Development Commission meeting.
Mr. Landon?
Sorry to interrupt. If I could just get clarity. So this is not Inspire. This is something different?
Correct.
Okay.
I shouldn't speak
Yes.
for you, but I don't think you're talking about the Inspire product.
And I would suggest that we have a conversation with Representative Grow and Secretary Hall.
Madam Chair, I don't think we can get it on the next PDC agenda. The next PDC meeting is the 6th, so we couldn't possibly get it on the 6th.
Because of notification?
Notifications, I'm on vacation until next Wednesday, first of all, so.
Well, that's
they're-
okay.
So they're not, staff isn't gonna, I'm not gonna be able to assist staff with amending the comp plan and getting it, and notice, so two things. I don't think you have enough time between the 6th for your staff, and I don't think there's notice provisions.
What's the notification requirement? Because we've just heard we think we can get it on the next agenda, and then we don't think we can get it on the next agenda.
Who said we think we can get it on the next agenda?
I believe I said September.
September, okay. My bad.
I was like, I don't, do you know what the notice, I mean, we need Joanna or,
What about, I don't mean to speak for your, for your agenda item, but what about just as soon as it can get there?
that,
Because I think, based on conversations, again, I think that both our representative and DOT staff are gonna be able to add some clarity to this issue very quickly. It may be a phone call tomorrow morning.
we have all seen how Pasco County did it. So it's not that we don't understand the concept. I certainly understand the concept. I know that Eric understands the concept. But to take the concept and to mold it into our existing comprehensive plan is where the difficulty comes.
I would reach out to FDOT and Representative Grove. But so far, we just have a first and a second. Hasn't passed.
And respectfully, it's just messy, so I'll vote against it, but have that conversation to literally stop it until you're ready, because if we overshoot that day, this board can rescind that back. I mean, if we had some sort of a moratorium and stopped that large scale, that would trip concurrency, and we shot it out to April 30th or something, and then they had it back January, we could just rescind all that. We could take it all back and move forward after January if it happened then.
So
Just seems less messy.
I also have to, the terrible number I have to raise is Senate Bill 180. One of the issues is drawing attention to additional changes that are being made or just sending one comprehensive document, which I think that's part of the conversation that Eric had with our consultants, is raising awareness of what's going on.
If we did it separately.
If you did it separately.
Yeah.
So that was one thing I wanted to mention. And then the moratorium is not on the agenda, but you can certainly direct, as a separate motion, a separate item, if y'all wanted to just direct us to, under one of your things, to bring forward the moratorium, we could do that for the next meeting.
Madam Chair?
So do both.
That sounds like a sixth commissioner comment.
Madam Chair?
If I don't say things, I get told I should have said them. If I say them, I get told I shouldn't have said them, so I can't win.
You're saying, I'm sorry, Commissioner Barrick, one moment. You're saying that under this item, we can have an additional vote to go ahead and put the,
Sorry, I shouldn't have prematurely shook my head. I'm saying under one of your items, I mean, we're under Commissioner Bays, but 4 of you have your names on the agenda. So if one of y'all wanted to bring it up under your names.
without being noticed to the public?
Yes, to direct us to bring it back at the next meeting.
Oh, because it would not be a vote that we're doing, it would be a consensus.
Correct.
Understood. Okay, thank
Sorry.
you. Commissioner Barrick.
I've been sitting here patiently
Yes, you
and
have.
waiting for everybody to put their cute little comments in. Number one, a couple of you are the ones that got rid of consensus, okay? And now we're trying to get it back. The state didn't want to do it. The state didn't want to do it 2 years in a row. They didn't want to hear nothing about it. Okay. Now, we're paying Inspire to work on our comp plan, and they're almost to the finish line. I really feel we should let Inspire get to the finish line and then send things to the state, because how do you think we're gonna look as a county at the state? We asked for consensus to come back. We asked for consensus to come back. We send off this thing with, whatever wording we're gonna possibly, get from Pasco County or DOT, and then a month or two later, we're gonna send Inspire's thing off? Do you really think that that makes the county of Citrus look good? I really don't. I think that makes us look very, very foolish. 1 year, we didn't get it back. Second year, we didn't get it back. Now we're gonna send two things up to the state. I can't vote for anything like this. I think we need to step back, let Inspire do their job, and then when it gets to us, we take it and do it step by step like we're supposed to. It's only gonna make anywhere between 30 and 60 days difference if we hold off. It's not gonna be, 6 months or 8 months. It's just a short little block of time. And in government, 30 to 60 days, I am finding, is like last week. It's not a long amount of time whatsoever to get something done. So I will not approve any of that if you want to bring it to a vote.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
with all due respect, if there's language out there that can force these developers to pay for some of this infrastructure more than they're paying for now, sooner we get that on the books, the better.
Okay.
And so that's why I'm going to support that.
Commissioner Kennard, there's language out there as commissioners that we can say no to a building, be a projection, and say, put restrictions on them and they can't build, okay? We say yes or no, okay? It comes from PDC to us, and we can say no and say, bring it back to us and when you change something or whatever. We don't have to approve any of these building projects as a commission board.
I'm going to open this up to the public. Would anyone from the public like to speak on this item, which is transportation concurrency?
Jennifer Grogan. I just want to thank Ms. Bays, Commissioner Bays, because in the Bible, it talks about repentance, and repentance means to change your mind. And I see that in her, and I'm grateful for that, because we do need this, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Susan Nelson, Solid Gardens. I'm going to try. This is also very new, and we can't go ahead of what we're learning, what's happening. So, but my understanding is you have to get it in. You have to send it in. It has to be visible, and then they'll work with it. It's all going to level out, so you have to get it in. I'm trying to say it without not saying it.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Nelson, I think the clerk needs you. Anyone else open to the public? Last chance. Okay, closing the public portion. Board, any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Nay. Motion fails 3-2. Okay, anything else, Commissioner Bays?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Davis.
So I just have one thing to update the board on. I brought in a $12,000 no-match grant in June by happenstance, and talk about huge kudos to staff for making this happen very quickly. Swimming has always been my go-to exercise, and I lost my situation at home that I was able to swim laps against a current, so I bought a slipstream, and ended up, long story short, ended up on the phone with the CEO, and he said, wait, what county are you in? I said, Citrus. I said, I'm a commissioner. He goes, y'all haven't taken advantage of this grant, but it closes in 3 weeks. And I said, okay, no match. It's $12,000, why not? So we got 2 slipstreams for fire rescue, and they used them for rip current training. And Chief Stevens and I had a pretty funny phone call where he's just like, I kind of thought rip currents were a big deal on the East Coast, not so much on the West Coast. Turns out they're a big deal down in the Tampa area, and we even get them at Fort Allen Gulf Beach. But the other point is that I would say that kids that grow up at the beach are far more likely to know how, or adults, far more likely to have that understanding on how to get out of a rip current. Those that don't grow up at the beach are less likely to understand how incredibly deadly they are. And so we did our first staff training on June 19th, and then this Thursday we're doing our first rip current training for the Suncoast swim team at Bicentennial Park. We're going to host them at Bicentennial, Whispering Pines, and have a collaboration with the YMCA, and there will be public trainings as well. And so I think it's a really great opportunity. This grant was available through DCF for every single coastal county in the state of Florida. So it saves just one life. It's worth it.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
So any of you that are interested in doing rip current training, Bays has already tapped out of that.
I'm interested.
Yeah, so I'm pretty excited about it. So.
Maybe Chief could send an email.
And I'm now actually a host pool for the county because I may end up doing some work for them, so.
Congratulations. That's a very, very good thing.
Thanks.
And old people need to know about rip currents, so maybe I'll go.
Yeah, you should.
Is that all?
That's it.
Commissioner Kennard.
I have nothing.
Commissioner Barrick.
Nothing?
Okay, it's me. A couple of things before my agenda item. One, just because being out in the public, I promised a very large group of people, I said, I'm not ready to have it as an agenda item and I'm not ready for any kind of vote, but they wanted to convey a very large group of people, and I've been hearing places that say about reviewing our administrator and our attorney, and I'm hearing them, I'm not ready to bring anything under my name at this point. Be thinking about that, maybe all of us. I'm looking into some best practices. I do believe in you praise publicly, you criticize privately. So that plays in, I've had employees, I've been a boss, I've done plenty of reviews. This is definitely different than that. So I would like to look at how other forms of government do these types of things without doing some, like we're sitting across the desk in front of the world. But I promised to bring that up, and I did. So Madam Attorney said something about having consensus if the board was interested in a stopgap measure to come back at the next meeting to see if that's feasible language to put some sort of stopgap or moratorium in place. To your concerns, Commissioner, which are valid concerns, do we want to look at that? I would be all in favor of next meeting talking about language to do some sort of very temporary moratorium that we could lift when all of this is back from the state. Any thoughts?
I would not support that. I want to go back to your comment, though, on annual reviews. I believe it was in November of 2023 after Mr. Howard was hired, and he put on the agenda, he had a salary increase, and at that time we made a vote to have a 3-year contract with 2 one-year renewables, and you were the person that was going to negotiate all that and bring it back. And we've never had anything else ever brought up about his contract. So that's kind of that. It just fell on deaf ears and went nowhere. So I don't know what that means, but we had taken a vote that was supposed to be a 3-year contract with 2 one-year renewables, because I felt at the time it was a very open-ended contract and that we needed some assurance from an administrator. And I think it's one of those things, contracts, that it's a give and take on both sides. We need to know that they're in it with us and that it's something that's renewable and that we have some performance measurements in there, and then how salaries get adjusted, whether it's just the annual raise or if they stay based on that salary, and then we make a determination that gets brought back to the board. So I'm just throwing that out there.
I remember
since
that,
we're-
and I think that was more if he was changing the contract and it just never changed, so it never happened.
No, we made a vote for having a 3-year contract with 2 one-year renewables.
Well, I mean, here we are years later. I don't know that it's appropriate for one commissioner to be negotiating with the county administrator. I mean, we could bring up a lot of what was happening at that time, but that's probably not appropriate at this board meeting.
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I had asked for a review. We were supposed to do a review in January. I wasn't here because of medical reasons, and you did a verbal. I had always wanted one where we wrote out, you did an actual review, and then, we went over it. That's how it used to be done. You used to take the county administrator, you take the attorney, and you would do a very, very nice comprehensive review. We do that for our employees. Every one of the employees for the county gets a review, and it's a written review. And I think we should actually go back to doing what we're supposed to, which is a written review. And then, at that point, decide what. I maybe wasn't on the board in 2023, but I don't remember a 3-year 2-1.
You weren't on
But
the
that's
board.
possible. It's very possible. I'd have to go back and see what I have in my stuff at home. But I really think we need to start doing something positive for the county and doing a review, because that's a positive thing. If an employee is doing good, they know. If an employee needs to improve, they know. And it's not just, and I don't want to do it verbally at first. What I want to do is everybody takes and reviews the same thing. Our human resources has a nice form. Maybe we use the same form that they use.
Well, let's look at best practices. I'm just
And
asking the
that
board to
I
kind
would
of
go
look at
best
that.
practices is fine.
Commissioner Davis, did you have something? I thought I saw you wave at me.
No, on this particular item, I'm just more of a, do it in writing and privately and not make a big political sideshow out of it, because
That's where I am.
it can definitely happen that way, and I think it's bad for morale for even the best employees, the 2 that report to us.
I agree. So going back, I was just looking for that consensus. The attorney had said if we were even interested in that stopgap measure. We have a not interested, I'm interested, you're interested. That's 2.
I am conflicted on that, because what I absolutely don't want to do is pull the rug out from underneath people who have already made investments in this county, because the more difficult we are to work with, the more we drive housing cost up. And
So it wouldn't affect anybody on the books now. What if we?
So what's a for instance?
So I would say, if you didn't like it, so worst case scenario, we say, yes, bring us back something. If the board doesn't like it, they just vote no.
Well, we're also wasting staff time then. What's a for instance? Are you
So
talking about like totally raw property that somebody just bought?
No. So the language would have to be large scale. I don't know what that looks like. Developments of X number of homes or X number of acres of commercial property. That's something that would trip concurrency that wouldn't affect you if you had a lot and you're ready to build your house. That should be fine.
But for example, if something has already been in development for quite a while, but they don't actually have the application in for the development, that would trigger concurrency, correct? And it would put them on pause.
You're saying if they already started but they don't have an application. If they started, they should have the application in.
There's a lot of pre-development work a lot of times that they do. A lot of money is invested, and the longer the carrying cost, the more it drives the cost of housing up. I want everybody in the audience to remember, I am nature girl, but our tagline is where nature and community thrive, and we always have to keep an eye on housing costs, so.
Well, you asked my thoughts. It would be lots of acreage lots. I don't really know if anything's in a
I'm really
pre-development.
not, I think this is a rabbit hole where we'll just waste staff time, but
Okay.
I'm conflicted.
Okay. Commissioner?
So you're looking for consensus on directing staff to bring back a moratorium on large-scale development. Is that just residential, or are we talking mixed-use development, commercial developments?
I would say anything that triggers that threshold, and that's when Eric would have to come in of X amount of acres. Like, obviously, somebody building their house or their farm or their business on a few acres doesn't trip it. It would be these large scale. I hadn't thought about this before sitting here at this meeting, but I heard concerns about people getting in, and then I hear staff concerns about, listen, we don't want to trip Senate Bill 180 and, causing this attention, and we're on the right track, and we're paying these developers, and we want to, or not developers, excuse me, the consultant, and we want to do it the right way. So that was kind of my out of the box, on the fly. Well, I'm hearing concerns from everybody. Could this be an answer? I hadn't thought about it before sitting here 20 minutes ago.
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just not sure what we're asking them to come back with. A moratorium on what?
Well, it would have to be a certain number of acres. Like, I don't have it all worked out. Whatever would normally trip concurrency. Obviously, you building your new chiropractic business is not going to trip that, right?
Right.
You building on 100 acres and then putting an infrastructure and building a development, or building a whole shopping plaza without parcels, that would likely trip something.
So it's all commercial. It'd be a moratorium on all commercial developments
As well as residential.
as well as residential. That's a big moratorium. That's probably
It's for
going to get sued.
months.
For a month?
No, for just a few months. Like you said, it wouldn't even take till April. So if we made it till April, we're at September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. That would be 9 months, and I doubt we need it that long. I bet it comes back to the board and we get rid of it, because Tallahassee will have our plan back to us.
What would Tallahassee think about that?
I think it's problematic, and I'm a no on that.
Okay. All right. Like I said, it's not an agenda item. I didn't think about it. I'm just trying to hear everybody's concerns and offer a solution. If you don't like the solution, I'll move to my agenda item.
I had brought it up. I'd actually brought it up before, and then was promptly advised that it's going to get us sued. And so I pulled back from that.
That's right.
So I'm a little concerned about giving it a nod to move forward again, only to be advised in the next week, 10 days,
To pull it back
county's
again.
going to get sued over this. That I don't want to happen.
Okay. Okay. I will move right along. Into my agenda item. So as I kind of mentioned, after open to the public, just being out everywhere, people keep talking about the fear of overgrowth and development. We used to have, where the Nature Coast, our comp plan used to talk about open space, where we kept more green space, and now it's being used up by buffers and DRAs, and that's not really open space, and the developments are, properties are getting tinier and tinier. It's not making houses more affordable. It's not worked for affordable housing or workforce housing at all. What it is doing is eliminating our open space. So at the last meeting, when someone mentioned it, it's like, I'm hearing this a million times. Yes, I will be the one to bring it forward. I'm sure we've all heard it. I know it's not just me. You can ask questions. We have all seen it, and I would like to go back to what it was before 2022 and take that one line out that was changed. And I will make the motion as such.
Second.
So there is a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Public comment?
Chair, clarification while they're coming up.
Yes.
It's just as written in the backup. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hello again, Tracy Duncan LaCanto. I just want to say, yes, I'm definitely for it, and I hope y'all bring it forward and have a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
PJ Offhammer, Citrus County. So I have been climbing this hill for 4 years since it first went into the comp plan, that this is not an appropriate use of open space. We are double dipping. We're allowing developers to get away with things that they should not be able to get away with because it hurts our environment. It hurts our filtration of waters. We should not be having children playing in DRAs. DRAs are meant to filter toxins before it gets to the aquifer. We should not have attorneys saying that, well, you could have a putting green on top of a septic field. That's not appropriate for the Nature Coast either. We should not have boardwalks across wetlands that incur more damage and call them open space. We need to have open space be functional areas where people can recreate, have peaceful times, walk their dog, throw a football to their kid. And it's time that we put this behind us and we stand up for what we deserve as the Nature Coast. We deserve better. We deserve better from our developers. We keep having them coming in. We have approved somewhere in the vicinity of 10,000 homes. And we have basically bent over backwards to give these developers things. And they have really given us nothing back but overpriced homes that locals cannot afford. They have given us developments where there is no room for a child to throw a football to their dad. That needs to stop. We deserve better. I know that you got a letter from a local attorney thinking that, you should keep the ruling as it is, but that maybe he could, pretty up some DRAs and plant them with native plants. And I think we need to take him up on that part of it, not count it as open space. But we need to get some backbone, and we should start demanding that our DRAs have native plants put in them to help with the filtration, to make a better area, an environmentally wildlife-friendly area, instead of just something that, gets toxins and collects trash. We deserve it. We are the Nature Coast. And I would appreciate if you all would support Ms. Finnegan in doing this. Because as I said, we are the Nature Coast and we can do better and should. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Robin Orlandi speaking for myself today, so 3 minutes, not 5. Basically, everything that TJ just said, I would echo in asking you to support changing the language and removing that clause from the existing code. Drainage retention areas, open space, and ecologically sound conservation land are 3 different things, 3 different use cases, and should be treated as such in ordinance, not cobbled together for the benefit of removing some of the burden from our developers. Now, I too heard about that letter from an attorney regarding this, and it really troubles me that the public on a pending application cannot communicate with or ask questions of our commissioners or staff regarding that application. I've been looking at an application that Attorney Batzell is the lead on, and what he's writing in his proposed amendment suggestions has direct bearing on the intensity of use, impervious surface ratio, setbacks, and functions of the DRA in that development. I won't name it because I'm not supposed to be talking to you about it, but the fact that an attorney who's also an attorney for a city in this county as well as for the Withlacoochee Regional Water Authority can be doing this on time, which is really the public's side of giving our opinion, when in the application hearings they get unlimited time as the applicant. Those 2 things should somehow be separated and not allowed. It disturbs me that one person has so much leverage in the county to change our direction, and I would ask you all to take a look at that. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the legalities of it, but I do think it's problematic if you're really going to represent the people in the community. Again, modifying that language per Commissioner Finnegan's ordinance amendment makes sense for the Nature Coast, because we can be the Nature Coast if we preserve more, not less nature in developments, a set aside for true conservation land. If there's land of ecological value in a big development, create an incentive for the developers to set a bunch of that aside as they can for its ecological function. People want to walk through there, maybe a trail, but the ecological function of intact land that's not disturbed is far greater than anything we can build, whether it's a fancied up DRA or mitigation land. I thank you very much for your time today, and wow, 3 minutes. I need to work on that more.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
My name is Chuck Hutterly in Venice. I encourage all of the commissioners to support your plan. Really, when it gets down to it, it's developer density is a golden rule, and this is going against that. I would like you to endorse that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Nick Giordano again from Hernando. I thought about this when I was sitting down just now. The recent Planning and Development Board meeting where they talked about the rezoning for the Del Webb and Pulte homes. This was a point that they were talking about, how they didn't have enough open, they wanted to use the retention areas as the open space. And I know that was a big point that, I don't remember who it was, but one of the members on that board brought that up. And, that ended up being, recommended to be denied, and that was one of the points that they were making. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Rowena Kinchley in Inverness. I'm going to have to get a disguise if I'm coming up here this many times. Recently, I went to a meeting, and one of the things that's always been a pet peeve of mine is when people say, you can't expect anything out of volunteers. Volunteers are unreliable. Volunteers are well. And it makes me mad because my perspective, I've never had in any situation in my entire life where I've asked someone to volunteer that they said no, unless there was a physical or financial reason for it. I have never had anybody as a volunteer be unreliable. And I realized very early on in life it was because if they were volunteering for me, I expected them to be there. I expected them to be doing what I had laid out the volunteer needed to be doing, and I've never had a problem. So it really makes me mad when people say people aren't reliable. It's the expectation of what you want. If you raise your expectations, my experience in life is people rise to them. I'm saying that may be a problem here with developers. If you raise your expectations of what developers should do, what they shouldn't do, and what they would want to do, we may get different results. Developers are not going to have a piece of property that they want to develop that they're going to say, oh, I don't want to do open space, so I'm not going to develop it. What they're going to do is, they don't build 600 homes, they go, okay, we'll build 400 homes, and instead of selling them for $400,000, we'll sell them for $650,000. So the same thing's going to happen. The building's going to be built, but it's the way it's built, it's the expectations, and it's what the county gets back that we should be looking at, not so much as what the county's giving away. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker. Anyone else would like to speak? Okay, closing the public portion. Board?
I would like to hear from staff, because I know that there's been times when there's been some green space that's dry. And I think it was a soccer field, something we talked about at one point. So I would like to have staff's input on some of this.
She beat me to it. I was going to ask the same thing. Madam Chair, while he's walking up here, Eric, wasn't there one gosh, we heard this case this spring, maybe 12 duplexes over near Davis Reserve, but to the west, and it was infill. And infill's a good thing. So that infill, if someone had raised money for it, they could have become a pocket park for that neighborhood. But otherwise, the best use of that was high-density infill, because that's the only way we are going to get anything remotely affordable.
So the most difficult thing, Eric, with growth management, the most difficult thing is to write legislation or set policy that works everywhere, because every property is so unique, every situation is so unique. So there's two things that are often good to have, and one is flexibility. Flexibility of the board, who's the ultimate decision maker. That's probably better than saying, well, if the county engineer says yes, or if the growth management director says yes, because that puts the staff in a difficult position. So if you want to have flexibility, ultimately you want to have that at the board level, because you all are the decision makers and the buck stops with you. So that's, I'm not probably answering your question, but if you want to have flexibility, it will lie best with the board and not with staff. Inherently, density is not necessarily a bad thing. Density does serve a lot of good purposes. Density creates affordability. Density gives flexibility for developments and for the board. If you want a cluster development, and I think I mentioned this to the chair in one of our briefings, if you have 100 acres, it's probably not best to have 100 one-acre lots. It's probably best to have half-acre lots or third-acre lots and set aside land for green space. So and when you do that, it's less infrastructure, lower cost. So there's benefits to density. Density makes sense. It's not always a bad thing. It can be a good thing for setting aside open space and for affordability. Green space, which works best in every particular scenario, I can't say to that. I know the way that the ordinance is currently written, it gives the board some flexibility, but if you feel like that is being misused, or if it comes to you so far down the road where the applicant is banking on that as a yes, then that puts you in a difficult position as well. So,
is that one particular infill that I spoke of, that would not have been allowed if we removed this line, correct? Because they did not have green space. They had
I don't know. I know the
they had
development you're talking
shared,
about, but
yeah.
I don't know the allocation of land.
I'm 99% sure that wouldn't have flown with the LDC. And I will say this, if I know, or at least I believe, based on my email box and so forth, that a lot of the developers and their attorneys watch these meetings. I want them to hear very carefully that I want to see more clustered development on large tracts with lots of open space, ball fields, et cetera. Because that infrastructure, as you said, gets a lot less expensive when you cluster the houses in one section of it and leave big areas. I do like the flexibility for those little tiny infill parcels that we do have the ability to make little areas that might actually approach affordable. I mean, I think affordable left the building in 2020 with COVID, with all the run-up of inflation since then. But I can tell you this, that density may not always end up being affordable, but not dense will absolutely not produce affordable. So, and the more we keep the nature intact and so forth, and Robin, I do want to sit down and have a meeting with you at some point on some of these bigger picture things. I'm just against sprawl and I'm for flexibility. And also you and I talked yesterday about site-wide ISR, which again, if you have a 100-acre tract and you put all the houses on half of it instead of sprawled out the whole thing, we can do site-wide ISR, which is one of the benefits that we can offer developers, that if we give them that flexibility, they can have a lot more open space that's not DRAs and it's not buffer, it's true open space. So there's another way to skin the cat.
Sure.
I love the heart of this, Commissioner Finnegan. I think there's a better way to skin the cat to get the same effect and allow us to keep the flexibility.
But to your point, if I may, the infill, so the more density you're adding would be the need for the green space, because now you've added this whole other population and you've added more concrete, and you're saying the DRA is the green space for all of these people.
No, I'm
Am
not
I
saying that at
misunderstanding
all.
what you're saying?
No, that little infill could be just somebody with kids is probably not going to move into that little infill parcel. But a young couple that needs an affordable place to land while they build savings and then buy a place where it's more appropriate to have kids. We need a wide variety of housing stock for every stage of life, right? Not everybody I'm taking care of an acre by myself, and I totally see the appeal of going very small with a lot of green space that's communal. So we need those stocks for everyone. And so maximizing our flexibility to be able to do that little infill parcel. And I would have been just as happy if the land trust that I hope we get started in this county could have bought, can go out and buy some of those little parcels. We might look at that in some of the stuff that we get, right, that comes to us through code violations. We might look at those to create little infill parks, in some of our neighborhoods, which would be helpful as well, with native plantings, dog parks, whatever.
Well, I do want to point out that when we made the change in 2022, to maybe have that flexibility to make housing more affordable, that has worked 0% times. 0. So my concern is, you go to Orlando, it's so hot. Why? Because it's all asphalt concrete, no trees, no grass. Makes it very, very hot. There's no percolation. We need open space. We need green space. We need trees. To Ms. Offhammer's point, that retention areas do take those toxins in. That's not green space. That's not for recreation. That is to serve a purpose. And I am concerned about, like many residents, how we're developing. We talk about what we want to look like so much. It's set up here. What do we want to look like, and what do we want our new developments to look like, because they're coming. I think most people here want our new developments to look like they have a lot of green space. They have nice areas with trees in them, and they have open spaces to walk. They have different portions of green space, and we are keeping the grass and the trees in places for people to recreate, because that makes us special. We can keep saying we want that, and we can keep calling ourselves the Nature Coast, but as long as we're allowing housing or commercial or what to bunch up and to be all asphalt and concrete, we're not doing what we say we want to do. So this was just a way to reverse that back, to try to bring some of that back again.
So you said it worked exactly 0 times. That little infill is going to be one of the more affordable places that's not a mobile home. And what the point is of clustering on a large tract is a lot less asphalt and concrete, because you're not building like I'm on in acre lots in Citrus Hills. There's a lot of road mileage in that neighborhood, a lot. And we really don't have any open space in my neighborhood, but because the lots are so doggone big, each of us has our own open space, more or less. But if you think about bunching all those houses on one end or in the middle or whatever, and surrounding it by parks, and I did laugh about the rolling downhill in the DRA, your comment, because I've lived up north as a kid, and I was thinking about sledding. That would be super cool. Unfortunately, we don't get snow here.
I haven't seen any of that, though. I haven't seen it.
Sledding?
No, the having all of this acreage and the housing's on one end, and then you have all this.
But we have the flexibility to, and that's why I just said that very public statement that we'll get around, that's what I am looking for in this county that I love very much. I do, because I agree with you. Concrete makes things hot. Also, they don't have ocean breezes. That's another big one. But we need to have these very real conversations about how to protect the Nature Coast. It is already quite well protected, but I want to make that protection even greater, very much so. I just don't think that removing our flexibility, because it is where nature and community thrive. We have to have a place for the young teachers and the young nurses and, you know, our transit drivers and so forth to be able to have a place that they can afford. And we always quiz people on what their housing cost is likely to be. It's never a low enough number, but it is a lot lower when it's infill as little duplexes. It's a lot lower than what you would see right next door in Davis Reserves, you know, for example. So we just have to have those in there. And so I'm adamant we need to keep the flexibility, but we also need to hold ourselves accountable as a board, and we need to hold future boards accountable to make sure that we are painting that picture and truly getting what we, as many people have said, what we deserve. So.
Commissioner Barrick.
All right. DRAs, I agree, are very dangerous lands. Number one, when they get the water in, you can have drownings. Number two, when they get the water in, you can have different kind of animals. In the wet, when it's wet, we can actually have alligators. When it's dry, we can have the cute little coyotes. Okay? They're DRAs, okay? We also, when they're dry, and this happens in a lot of them, we have motorbikes and four-wheelers, which are dangerous for, number one, the people riding them, and they're pain in to all the people that live around and have to hear the noises. Okay. Most of the DRAs in Beverly Hills have fences around them because they are dangerous. Okay, now I know I live in Citrus Springs. Ours don't have the fences around them, but we are now starting to put stakes along the road because of the four-wheelers and the motorbikes going into them and the dangers because they're riding and doing a lot of damage. Okay, some of you weren't here, but there was the no name of 93. The no name of 93 was when DRAs actually became in Beverly Hills. Up until then, they didn't have any because they didn't need to. So when you're saying we need this and that, we don't need the houses. We need the DRA designated as a DRA so that we keep our people safe, we keep our children safe. And when we have an open space, we have a recreational space, okay? The recreational spaces in Beverly Hills didn't happen all of a sudden. And if you look, we have one Beverly Hills Park that's actually in Beverly Hills, and the other one is all the way down 491, just before Holder. That's not local, that's not neighborhood. We're talking about putting all these houses in. You have to have something for the people that live there, for the kids. Even the 20 and 30-year-olds, they want to take walks, they want to go on bike rides. The density from the houses makes it so much more on our roads. So much more on the roads means so much more potholes. So much more potholes, the roads have to be redone. And then people are complaining about higher taxes because we got to do more roads. I think that we should get rid of that one line, okay, because of the fact that that's how it used to be, and it was working. We are the nature coast, and that's what Commissioner Davis keeps saying, we're the nature coast. Nature means we have open space, not dangerous open space. To me, a DRA is a dangerous open space because there are different things that can happen different times of the year. Right now, if you went down Beverly Hills Boulevard, well, no, don't take that back, go down Roosevelt. They have a huge DRA on Roosevelt just past the Catholic Church. I'll bet after the 5 inches of rain that we had yesterday, that thing is pretty well full. That, to me, is very dangerous. How can you play ball in there? How can you let the kids play in there? That's why it's fenced in. And a DRA is a drainage retention area. It is drainage. It is not play. It is not open space. That's why it's got the terminology DRA. Maybe you need to start, realizing we need to stand for our people and not the developers. If they don't build 6 more houses, fine. Then they cut it down by 6 houses. But we are the ones that have to set the rules. And this rule is great. Take out that unless. Thank you.
Commissioner Bays.
Eric, we're talking about probably master communities, plan unit developments going forward. I have no desire to have a traditional wet DRA count as open green space, but I think having the flexibility for things that, for instance, I think you went with me down to Neal Communities, correct?
Yes.
So they created a big DRA pond that was stocked for catch and release, and then had family venues around it. They had a screen house for families to go into. They had other amenities around that, but they used a pretty sizable piece of property as a wet DRA, a stocked pond for catch and release fishing, correct?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
So, and then across the road from it, I think they used another piece of property that they created for kids, like for bicycles, some kind of a ramp, something that they did activity, and they had lots of walking paths throughout that community that they had landscaped. And then I also think, I guess my point is, we're not talking about the same style of development that we've seen with Pine Ridge, the old Citrus Hills, Sugar Mill Woods, Citrus Springs. We're talking about planned unit developments, new style developments. Many times I think they're going to be multi-generational. And when we talk about density, we're saying if somebody's got, I don't know, what's the acreage of Tuscany? 2,000 acres?
Big, yeah.
So
that's not a number.
Right, but if they're taking, and I'm just throwing numbers out, not that they're accurate, but if you've got 2,000 acres and they build on 1,000 of it and keep 1,000 of it green space with drainage and all the other things, that's the idea behind density. It's not because you're spreading out. You're compacting all of that development down. Yeah. I guess you spoke. And I think also a lot of times they can make developers, if you're requiring them, and I think that goes back to the latitude that we have currently, we can say, look, we want you to beautify that DRA. We want it to be a feature. We want it to have a fountain in it. We want it to have native cypress trees around it, whatever our requirements are. But I think we have the ability right now to negotiate. We don't have to allow them to have DRAs as green space. That's our negotiating tool, as opposed to making it hard and firm, and then they don't have to do anything.
You're correct. The applications that we see now, and you'll probably see moving in the future, are different than the developments that you're used to seeing in Citrus County.
And this would be a comp plan amendment also.
It would. So the market has changed. As far as what used to be developed were the 1 acre lots with a septic tank, and I think those days are gone, and it's more diverse housing within a single development. And no two properties are the same. So it's really difficult for the board to make policy that works everywhere, that works 51% of the time. So.
And if this is a comp plan amendment, what has been said with Aspire?
So what we could do, and just shooting from the hip, is we could give direction to Inspire to incorporate in the overall comp plan update, and that would be in short order. I know that they're planning on setting minimum acreage. They're creating park concurrency as we speak as well, in addition to transportation. So they're setting a number of acres per 1,000 residents. So I think we're all on the same page. It's just how we get there. And if we want to have a discussion with Inspire, we can certainly do that on the best path forward to accomplish what you want, whether it's just strike through this one line, whether it's setting firm amount of acres per 1,000 residents, some kind of combination of those two, giving the board more or less flexibility. I'm open to any discussion.
Well, those walking trails were probably in that 20% that the county asked for, because if we're just letting them be DRAs, there's no walking trails. And the difference is we can amend our current comp plan now. This isn't something that has to be transmitted. This is just like somebody else. We have plenty of applicants still coming to us wanting us to make comp plan amendments.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
It seems that, and I'm not opposed to making a change here, but it seems that if we went to Inspire and asked them to look at what's being done around the state and other counties to give staff and the board more flexibility, so that if a developer does come forward with an application that says, okay, I want to use X amount of this property for drainage, but I want that to be all 20% of my green space, that staff may have the flexibility then to say, the comp plan allows for that, but only if you create X percentage of your units in more attainable housing, to give them another tool in the toolbox so that we're not just building $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 homes, but they can force them, they can use that tool of the green space. They still have to meet the number, but they can use that tool of the green space to develop some of the housing that we want developed in the county. Because right now, you're right. You said it when we started, going this route has not created attainable housing. What we're doing is not creating attainable housing. If we go 180 degrees the other direction, back to what it was, that's not going to create attainable housing. Why don't we give it to the professionals to come back and say, this is what's been successful in other communities. This is something we think you should consider.
Commissioner Barrick.
Okay, I hear we want to be the Nature Coast. We want to stay the Nature Coast. The Nature Coast is not like Pasco, Hernando, Tampa. The Nature Coast is not like a city. 6 houses to an acre, 7 houses to an acre, 8 houses to an acre. That's city. That's not the Nature Coast. And I don't think our citizens want us to do that. They want us to say a DRA stands for detention area, for drainage. And that's what it stays for. And an open space is an open space for walking, hiking, playing, with your friends, climbing a tree, because there should be trees there. Okay? DRAs don't have trees in them. Okay? DRAs, are not for sports or for recreation or for just relaxing. Open spaces are for relaxing. You go for a picnic. Okay? So I'm hearing different things, but I'm saying the citizens want Nature Coast. Commissioner Davis says we want to keep the nature in Nature Coast. If we keep the nature in Nature Coast, we can't keep saying the density can be larger. We as a county have to say there's a point where we stop. Okay? And when I see these people coming in, well, we're going to have 6 houses per acre, and then we're going to take the DRA and make it the open space. No. If we're allowing the 6 houses per acre, they should have a separate DRA and a separate open space, because that's what we want. We want people to have area to enjoy. And I'm sorry, I don't think anybody in this county wants to look like Hernando or Pasco or Tampa. And that's why they're moving here, because they don't want to be like that.
Well, I'm going to stand by my motion because I feel like this is the right thing to do, and this is what the people of Citrus County would like to see. Although some very good ideas when we talk about meeting with Inspire, I'm not sure if they all came up in the community workshops, but I think some very good ideas have been brought up that maybe we should be requiring native plants and trees in DRAs to help with that filtration, and maybe we should take some of these other best practices that we're hearing. At this time, I stand by it because we talk about all these negotiating tools. I think that's been part of the problem, and what people don't like to see is our smart growth, to me, is sticking to our plan, and our plan's been a little bit all over the place, and then we go against our own plan, and then it works for some people and it doesn't work for other people, and I think that it gets us in a sticky position. So if no one has anything else, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
No,
Motion fails 3-2.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to look at what's being done around the state, to see if there's, what changes there are that we can make to our comprehensive plan, to add more tools in their toolbox, still requiring the 20% green space, but using that as leverage to get more attainable housing.
Second.
And then bring that back to us.
Wait, before we record a motion as second, can I ask you to not do that because it's not been advertised? Could maybe you get a consensus, which I think would be very favorable to what you want to do, and then we can talk about it at the next meeting?
Sure, I'll do that.
I will give you consensus.
All right,
Yes.
Barry? You've got it.
perfect.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up. Okay, it's our final time for open to the public.
Chair, can you please just confirm, I was re-listening to his motion and then you did something different. Can you please
Can you withdraw
elaborate?
that motion?
Yes, rather than making a motion, I asked for consensus for us to direct staff to look at other policies, other code around the state that would add an additional tool to staff's toolbox, add greater flexibility when an application comes in.
And I withdraw my second on the original motion.
Thank you. No harm, no foul, because we're not voting on anything. It's all going to come back. Public will get a full chance to hear it. Thank you. Mr. Hutterly, would you like to speak it open to the public?
Yes. My name is Chuck Hutterly. I live in Inverness. This is a different topic altogether. I live off of South Apopka. The contractor has done an excellent job. He's done it ahead of time, and it's a very smooth road. But lately I've noticed just off of the pavement, a narrow strip of grass is being rooted up by 2 or 3 blocks. We had a heavy rain the other day, and it has washed silt onto that brand-new pavement. I don't know what they're doing there, but it looks like they're going to continue removing this narrow strip of grass next to the pavement. This heavy rain has rutted it like crazy. I think it's got something to do with fiber optics. There's no silt protection. It's running out onto the road, and I'm disappointed about that. The road itself is fine, perfect. Interference was well organized, but what's going on there now could destroy that road. It's already ditched from that last rain we had last night. So I don't really know what's going on there. They're removing the grass, that much of a grass, next to the sidewalk, right in between there. And I'd like to know what's going on there. It's almost, I think, 3 blocks now. It looks like they're gonna rip that grass all up and down on one side.
I have the right people are intently listening to you right now.
I think they should have had a filter, whatever they had to do there. They should have had a silt fence or something going on there, because right now, it's rutting from that last rain, 2 inches of rain. It's rutting in there. Maybe it's a new way of making a ditch. I don't know, but it's going to degrade that road that we've spent a lot of money on already, and it's smooth and it's great. But what are we doing? Who's doing that? Why are they doing it? That's what I'd like to know.
Me too. And the right people are listening, and we're all going to get some answers here very soon.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for letting us know about that issue.
Yes.
I appreciate it. Next speaker.
Jennifer Grogan. Speaking of South Apopka, the roads look great. At Inverness and Highlands, I believe, there's a sign that says 0 visibility for the next 0.3 of a mile. The reason I'm bringing this up is when my mom used to live there and I drove over, someone got hit. They were riding a scooter in that 3/10 of a mile. There's no sidewalk on either side. There are sidewalks up and to that point, but that 3/10 of a mile, there's zero visibility. I believe we've done the roads. We should at least do the zero visibility there of that 3/10 of a mile, so people don't get hit in the middle of the night. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker? Anyone else? Okay, closing the open to the public. Thank you all for your time and attention today and for taking part in local government. With that, this meeting's adjourned.